Hello, everybody. I'm Star Violence, and this is going to be Dragon Quest II for the Super Famicom, a race between me and Twitch Pop Pop, who normally goes by Pop. And
hello. Sorry.
no problem. Hello, Pop. And helping us commentate, since DQ2 is a really, really intense game to play in general, as I'm sure those of you who watched Evil Ash's run can tell, is Evil Ash 25 and some Diener.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'll be doing my best to providing a little bit of context on what's going on. Just give you a description of what to expect and how everybody's doing, and what will be coming up. I have a little bit of experience with this game. I'm definitely not anywhere near as experienced as these two runners are, but I have a little bit of experience with this game, so I'll be able to give you some context on the basics.
Indeed, I'm gonna do my best to talk about what I'm doing at times when it's important, but to be honest, most of the time, this game is, well, I'll explain once we start the intro.
Yeah, once we get started, we'll...
Are you ready, Pop?
Hi.
Junbi wa you call.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, I will count us down.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. What's up with the sound? Whose sound is too low? Before
It's probably my level.
You can hear me still?
I'm quiet, huh? Okay, alright, give me a second.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Then I won't mess
Give me
with
a
mine.
second. 1 second.
I was just getting the topic here updated.
Oh, I see what's going on here.
Good idea.
I see exactly what's going on here. Sorry about this. 1 second. I had the wrong...
Do you prefer Dragon Warrior 2 as the game, or Dragon Quest 1 and 2?
I remember which KDI. I like this too. This is that one. Okay, how am I now? We better? Check. 1, 2. Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah, see what I did? I had
All right.
I had my my mic straight up out to the to OBS instead of the virtual cable. Whoops.
Okay.
All right, Pop. Countdown.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm ready. Okay.
Great. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Me and Pop may be a little stilted, out of sync for the moment, since I'm getting a feed from him and I'm capturing locally. So please pay that no mind. I'm sure he'll get ahead of me by enough soon enough. So, this is Dragon Quest II for Super Famicom. I really like this run. This run is, at its highest level, is a really, really stable, really straight-laced run. There's no, like, bugs or trickery involved. You just you just play the game really fast and really straight-laced. The difficulty in it is in generally how you handle all of the encounters, since everything is so much stronger than you, it's ridiculous.
So just really quickly about the versions of this game. This is the Super Famicom remake of Dragon Quest II. So the original was the Famicom version, or the NES version, Dragon Warrior 2. This is the remade version that came on the Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 cart. There are a lot of notable differences between the NES version and this Super Famicom remake. We'll maybe go into some more of those in greater detail later, but generally speaking, the encounters, the monsters that we're going to be faced, have been rebalanced a little bit. Status effects like sleep are generally speaking more effective and much more useful.
This is really prominent in the endgame, for instance, where during Dragon Warrior 2, during a run of that, you might see simply running from basically everything, especially in the Cave to Roan, or Rondarkia as it is in this version, because you cannot possibly fight those creatures. In this version, for the most part, we welcome most of them because we need the experience, and we can and will fight them all. Stuff like killer machines, attack bots, dragons. Dragons especially. Dragons are so tasty.
Indeed.
Until they wipe you with fire breath, then they're not quite as tasty, but...
So as before, with the if anyone's familiar with this game, our party's going to consist of 3 characters instead of 4 is the usual amount for other Dragon Quest games. What this is going to end up meaning is all 3 of our characters have very specific roles and are all each in their own way very important at different times of the run. So it's going to be important that as much as possible we keep everybody together and everybody alive, because we really need everybody on the team to get through this game.
Moonbrook, how many times have I watched you burn down now? Sometimes 3 times in the same 10 minutes.
Flames this time.
Yeah.
You get flames.
So
And like Hawkmen and stuff.
scary. So
16-bit graphics.
So, just really quickly, this is the opening cutscene for the game, and it's describing the story. The descendants of the hero from Dragon Quest I have founded 3 castle towns. One of them here, Moonbrook, is under attack by the forces of the evil warlock Hargon. And most of the town, or this castle here, is burning down, and people are dying everywhere, and the king was killed, and it's bad times.
Pretty bad scene, yeah.
But it looks like one heroic soldier is managing to escape his burning homeland.
One heroic soldier managed to stagger all the way past Kanik, where he knew he wouldn't find help.
So this is all pretty much just a automated cutscene. There's no actual real input going on here, but the players will start gaining control of their characters really soon here. Get ready.
Oh.
Good luck, Star. Good luck, Pop. Ganbatte.
Thank you.
Ganbarimasu.
頑張ります。
I will do my best not to wipe Toshido. If I don't wipe Toshido, I'll consider this a success.
That's how I felt about Zoma.
I should probably watch what I say. And here we go.
So the game begins. We're here in Laurasia, or sometimes it's called Middenhall, and we're the prince here, and we're going to get control of him. At first, we're only going to have him. We're going to have to get the other 2 along the way. So, for the beginning of the game here, the king gives us some gold and copper sword.
So the first thing we're actually going to do here is screw around with the item shop guy. With this stuff we've been given. I'll explain it a bit more once I actually
I'll
stop
go
doing
ahead
it.
and go with it.
Oh, yeah, please.
So whenever you purchase certain items from, or whenever you purchase an item from an item shop guy here and you have certain amounts of gold remaining, he gives you lottery tickets. And so by buying and selling items in certain combinations and certain sequences, we can guarantee that he's going to give us these lottery tickets. And the lottery tickets aren't useful to play the lottery. We sell them back for money. So it's sort of a way of generating gold for us in the beginning of the game without actually fighting monsters.
The unlike the Dragon Warrior 2, where it's completely random whether you get lottery tickets or not, I believe it's a 1/8 chance. It's actually based on a formula that it runs on your remaining gold. If your total gold left over, divisible by 16, has a remainder of 1 or 3, you'll be given a lottery ticket every time. So we use that in transaction chains to get lottery tickets to create money for ourselves for the early game. That way we can go get like actual armor and weapons and stuff.
So we're going to be doing another lottery sequence coming up too. So we need our gold to be at a specific level. It's all routed out so that we get these lottery tickets. So before we get to that part, we cannot fight any monsters, because if we fight any monsters and get any gold, that's going to throw our transaction chain off, and it's going to not work right. So at the beginning of the game, we're working on some story triggers to get our first party member, or our second one, our first companion, Prince Samuratoria, or Kanok. So we can't fight any monsters until then. So it's just run away from everything. We've purchased a couple of Yakuso, the medical herbs, in Laurasia before we left. So we have some means of healing ourselves along the way, and it'll be important to use the herbs in a timely manner in some fights so that we don't die along the way here, along the Spring of Bravery. So both runners are making their way east of Samuratoria and heading over to the Spring of Bravery, where there's a story trigger there. You gotta talk to some old man there. So it's just gonna be run away from everything. Hope you don't die. If you get beat up, we have those medical herbs to make our way through. As long as we're careful, there shouldn't be too much problem.
Fun trivia, last year I did in fact die during this trip.
I die over here all the time.
And I had to scramble to find the chain to fix my gold.
Yeah. When you die in this game, as with most Dragon Quest games, you lose half of your gold. So that's going to mess with our buying and selling too. We have a way of fixing it planned out now. So the run chance in this game, I see a question about that in the chat. So the run chance in this game is first time you try and run away, it's a coin flip, and the second time you try and run away, it's also a coin flip. Third time is 2/3 chance, and fourth time and beyond is like 7/8. Is that how it works?
It's
okay.
Yes, everything's counted in eighths in this game, and the run chance is no exception.
Yeah,
so you have basically 4/8, 4/8,
6/8, and
6/8 and 7/8. And the 7/8 is repeating. You'll never have a 100% chance to run away. But given that you're playing Dragon Quest II, if you have the opportunity to run away for the 5th time, you're either fighting a single slime or you are in a box.
Already dead. Yes. Another thing I can note about running away in this game, unlike some other Dragon Quest games, is if you fail to run away in this game, all monsters will take one action, their full turn. So failing to run away against large groups of enemies is incredibly devastating. And after this early few sections of the game, we're not going to see the racers run away from very many battles. It's way safer to stop and fight just about everything.
Accidentally ran from my death warp fight. That's okay.
So both runners have talked to the old man in the Spring of Bravery, and now they're going to do what's called a death warp. The next story trigger is actually back in Laurasia, and it's way faster for us to actually get ourselves killed on purpose and go back to town that way. So the runners are going to take off all their armor, the armor we got in Laurasia, and get themselves killed. So here they are back in Laurasia. They're going to put their gear back on, save the game really quick.
So someone asked how heavily RNG plays a factor in this run. It's definitely there. It's always there.
It's a difficult question to answer.
Yeah. The major thing with DQ2 is that everything is basically about the encounters, like everything. Your stat gains are all very static, and you can completely depend on your party to be in particular states at every level. So that being said, at like a very high level, so much is known about all of that the way you'd handle encounters is really, really tight. And if you're really, really good, the game is really stable. Like, race times without going for, like, you know, crazy low, like, close to 3-hour times are generally going to be in the neighborhood of 330 to 340, and this is very predictable. Like, a range of about 10 minutes, plus or minus, from there, from the 330 area, or 340 area, is completely expected. That being said, you're not going to see that from me because I just plain don't know that much about the game yet. I've been playing it for a couple of years and I'm still really scattershot with a lot of things. Pop, however, knows quite a bit, and he's going to have to get screwed over to get anything super, super different from something like a 340.
So we've made our way to the next town, and we pick up, now that we've done all the story triggers, we pick up our second party member, Prince Samuratoria, Conan. And, Cannock sort of has a reputation of not being a particularly hardy character, or strong or useful character. In this remade version, he's considerably better for a couple of reasons, as we'll find out. And in the endgame, he's actually very critical to our party, the most important person, really, for the final fight. So he'll get his time to shine, but for the most part, he's going to need a little bit of babysitting to make it through. And like I said, everybody's important, including him. So this is a long series of transactions both players are making to get all of the equipment and money and lottery tickets and gold in order to buy the equipment they're going to need to make the journey over to the next town. So there's a lot going on, a lot of buying and selling of herbs and wings and lottery tickets, a couple of antidote herbs in case somebody gets poisoned along the way to the next town. So once we're done here, we'll go to the next town and get the quest item and stuff for our third character, Princess of Moonbrook. So soon the gang will be all together and we'll be ready to play the rest of the game.
Oh no.
We have our first NPC block of the game.
And it won't be the last.
I see, yeah.
So it looks like Pop is there picking up an extra lottery ticket.
Yeah, he actually
in that
he
room
changed
there.
the copper sword kind of route for lottery, and I haven't bothered to pick that version up yet.
Ah, he's found a better or a different way of setting it up.
Yeah, it's a very tiny bit quicker to actually go get that lottery ticket from above.
Ah, I see. Cool.
I'm not going to bother screwing with what I already know how to do,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I'm almost at the
stick
end of
with
my
that.
transaction chain.
So like I said, from here on out, we're going to be fighting most of the monsters, and while we're going to be playing the game pretty much straight up, it's going to be under-leveled for the most part. We're going to be doing things at the barest minimum. As a general rule throughout this game, the margin of error is very thin. We have just enough resources and tools at our disposal to finish these parts of the game, so this game has a reputation of being incredibly difficult, both to play casually and to play as a speed run, and I think most runners will agree that it's one of the most difficult Dragon Quest RTA runs, but it really is mostly fair and stable. It's just there are a lot of subtleties to the game that are quite hard to see.
The game will absolutely
is-
show you how much you don't know at any given
Mhm.
opportunity.
To play this game at its highest level requires like complete understanding of just about everything about how this game works. So Pop here is a good friend of the DQ RTA community here in the West, is also one of the world's best DQ RTA players in general, and DQ2 players especially. So expect him to play this game pretty efficiently and well. This is one of his best. So we stop and fight a few encounters along the way to the next town before we go through Laura's Gate to make sure we're a little bit stronger and can help fight through some of these monsters. Pop's gone down a little bit into the tunnel a little bit sooner. He's hoping to fight some monsters along the way and level up sort of along the way. It's a little bit riskier, but quicker. So he's going to level up off of those ghosts in the cave. Star's fighting some Drakis outside, getting experience before he heads in, taking a slightly more conservative approach, which is totally fine. Pop's encountering some of the snakes, the king cobras in the cave along the way. They're fairly strong, but with 2 of them, he can defeat them for pretty good experience. So for the general goal before they reach the next town of Moonpeta, before they finish the journey, they're going to want to try and reach at least level 3 on Prince Samuratoria, which is what Pop's got here. He's got level 4 on Laurasia and level 3 on Samaru, so he's ready to go. Well, he's still got to make his way through this tunnel here, but he should be ready to head straight to the town from here. One thing I'd like to point out while I'm thinking about it, as part of the route for this game, and we use this as part of it, Return Spell and Chimera Wings will take you to the last town in which you saved your game. We can't choose which town we go to from a list. So that's definitely rooted out as part of our plan, where we save in certain towns to make sure we can go back there later. And Star's taken some time to level up and make it safer for him to get through Laura's Gate here. Pop's working his way to Moonpeta. The monsters on the way to Moonpeta are pretty strong, so he's going to want to run away from certain more dangerous encounters, but it looks like he's made his way okay. So he's made it safely to Moonpeta. He's going to rest up and do the next part of the game. So in the beginning we saw Moonbrook Castle being destroyed and the princess sort of missing. She's actually been transformed by Hargon's magic to be this dog here in town. She's been shapeshifted into that furry companion there in the town. To break the spell, we need to get an artifact out here in the... hidden out here in a swamp. You need the Mirror of Ra. Ooh, Star, that was close encounter.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
I'm alive.
Keep going.
Yeah, so another important thing about this area is knowing the enemy zones and exactly where they border.
Yes.
Because they're taking specific paths around this big little lake area to get to the mirror, to stay out of the most dangerous zones.
They want to spend as little time in the areas with the most dangerous monsters as they can. Especially they want to avoid the mandrills, the baboons.
If there's one lesson everybody can take away from Dragon Quest II, it's that monkeys are terrible. Never ever be near monkeys.
I'll agree with that.
If they go to sleep, you get some good experience. If they go to sleep.
Oh my god.
So Star's made his way safely to Moonpeta, that's good. We saw Pop do this too, but he's going to save here. This is going to allow him, like I said, to, once we're done getting the Mirror of Ra, to wing back to town, which we need to go here. As well as if something does go wrong, anytime we do save it, we can hit the old reset switch and go back. We'll probably see that from time to time, especially near the end of the game. That sometimes comes up. Pop getting slowed down by some smokes here. Fortunately, they're not too dangerous, just time-consuming. Seems like Pop's had a lot of encounters trying to get to the mirror. Some encounters our party members can stop and fight, because, like I said, things will be safer to fight in most cases. But we don't have the resources to necessarily, or the time really, to fight everybody, so they're picking and choosing their battles pretty carefully here. Pop's grabbed the mirror and he's made it back to town with the wing he purchased. So we can use the mirror of Ra that we pick up and break the curse and get Moonbrook to join the party, and then we've got all three of our team together. So really quickly, just to talk about everybody's job on the team. Laurasia leading the party in blue. He's sort of the strongest, toughest. He wears the heaviest armor, wields the best weapons, but he has no magic spells at all. Princess Moonbrook in the back, she's our fastest character generally, usually fast enough to outspeed most enemies we face, and comes with a lot of spells, both good offensive and healing magic, but doesn't have very many offensive options as far as weapons go or defensive equipment goes. Cannock in the middle in the green is sort of a balance of the two. In some of the other versions, he's sort of not really good at either job. In this version, he's pretty decent at both. So at some points, we'll be fighting with him using his magic spell, Gira, which is a fireball spell. And while in the beginning of the game here, all Moonbrook knows how to do is heal, but later on she'll be learning at level 2 the sleep spell, which is very important. We're going to see the sleep spell used a lot in this run from the moment she learns it till practically the very end of the game. It's a relevant and useful tool at dealing with groups of monsters, even sometimes individual monsters.
Yeah, and that's actually something I wanted to point out, a big difference between the original Dragon Quest for the Famicom and Dragon Warrior 2 is that turn order in this game is essentially fixed from the original. You can actually count on Moonbrook going first in many situations, so agility actually comes into play for a lot of these battles, because she'll go first, she'll be able to sleep the enemies before they even get a chance to act.
Exactly. While, as is always the case, it's not strictly a guarantee, but the sleep spell and combined with Moonbrook's agility is a great way of neutralizing some of the more dangerous monsters before they get to really do anything to you. So that's what both players are doing right here. They're grinding a little bit to get some experience on Moonbrook because she just joins the party at level 1. They need 100 experience to reach level 2, where she learns Sleep Spell, and then they can start easily hunting some of the more valuable game. Both players opted to fight fairly strong monsters with Nana at level 1. That's the Princess of Moonbrook, Nana.
Just like Ash was saying, it's pretty reliable. Like, Nana will basically always outpace even things like Mandrels at level 1 because it's just so fast.
We can pretty much count on it fairly reliably to the point where, as part of our strategy, we just sort of assume. Yeah, I got a question in the chat about the names. That's what's going on. We choose the name She. It's just one character for Laurasia, and it's nice and quick. And it's going to give us the shortest names for the other 2 party members, whose names are generated from a list based on what you name Laurasia.
Do you know, sir, if it's the same names as the original Dragon Quest?
Wait, I'm sorry, what was that?
The random names for Cannock and Moonbrook.
Oh, I think so.
Is like the same subset from the 2J versions.
Oh, I think they give them different names for like the NES versions. Things like, I might not completely understand the question though.
Oh, okay, it's fine.
I was just more curious if they did. I never paid attention to the names.
Yeah. Generally speaking, in the Japanese community, for as far as RTA goes, this version of Dragon Quest II, the Super Famicom version, is probably the most popular. Well, it almost certainly is.
It seems all the Super Famicom versions of all the Dragon Quest games that have Super Famicom versions are the most popular.
Pretty much, yeah. The FC version or the SFC versions are very heavily played. Ekiden, they played Dragon Quest 1 through 6, and it was all SFC versions except for Dragon Warrior or Dragon Quest 4.
So as you can see here, I'm actually going to Moonbrook because there's actually stuff here that we're
Oh
gonna get.
yeah, that's a difference between the old version and this new remake is there are abilities or stat seeds hidden in various places throughout the world. So we make a trip here. Both players are on their way now, and they're going to pick up actually some seeds hidden here.
Hey.
Let's see.
Looks like you're both blocked.
Oh.
We got the double block. Oh,
I,
you both got through at the same time.
I hate those things. So the worst part about that one is that you can't just go walking around to get it out, like, you know,
yeah.
get it out of
You'll
the
get
way.
like
You get attacked by a bunch of rotting corpses and king cobras and other nonsense
Yeah,
you really don't feel
exactly.
like fighting right now.
So we've stopped and fought a little bit of battles, so we should be tough enough to make our way through this part of the game. There's going to be an HP seed and an MP seed hidden here, and all of these seeds are rooted to have very specific uses for very specific reasons. So both of these seeds are going to get used on Cannock. Most of them are, in fact, throughout the run to make him even more of a useful party member to us. To make him being from not as good to being actually not bad.
And he's gonna have lower class armor for quite a long time here too as well, so the extra HP helps quite a bit.
Exactly. It'll also be fairly relevant as the game progresses. He won't have the water flying clothes equipped, so spells and other things are going to be dealing more damage to him. So max HP really helps him survive some of those. So if you notice as the run goes, the two runners, even though they're at very similar parts of the game, we might see them diverge in levels a little bit. This is completely normal, and how much experience the characters or the players gain as the run progresses is almost completely dependent on what kind of encounters they get, how much they stop and fight things, and that sort of thing. So because we have to take the time to stop and fight encounters, it's not really up to us how much experience we have at certain parts of the game.
Yeah, so you'll notice right now they're both pretty much in the same spot as far as where they're going for their quests.
Literally fighting the same encounter.
Yeah, you're literally fighting the same encounter, but Star is a level behind just because of encounters. But he got that all-important level 7.
There's a question about whether or not you can dupe the water flying clothes in this version. I assume you can't, otherwise we'd be doing it, right? Okay. I thought so.
Yeah, that was exclusive to the original
There is
Famicom and NES versions.
I feel like even if you could, they would probably ban it
Yeah.
just because like there actually is some kind of item duplication bug, and you seem to be allowed to use it for like something innocuous like this HP seed. I remember seeing Antora duplicate an HP seed, but it's explicitly banned to duplicate a Leaf of the World tree. Either way, I'm not sure how you actually do it. So
Yeah. It's like the dupe and
And I've never-
I don't
I've never-
know how to do it.
like I've never seen Pop do it, and I've never seen Null, the world record holder, bother trying to do it. So I really can't be bothered, basically.
Yeah, it's hard to say whether it would be banned or not. It probably depends on how it would
It doesn't
go
seem
about
to.
getting it.
It seems to only be banned in the instance of World Tree leaves. Like, it explicitly states that you can't duplicate World Tree leaves, but Ontora duplicated an HP seed during Ekiden, and that wasn't, like, a problem.
Yeah.
Because I remember
It's just
when we
for-
were watching it, and he had, good HP, or better HP on both Kanik and Moonbrook, and I was like, what's going on? How did he
Yeah,
get
and he
that?
took that really weird route as well.
Oh, that was awesome. It was really funny to watch just because it was like completely backwards from what I'm used to actually doing.
Hmm. So the RTA has a specified list of rules of what things are allowed and not allowed. This game is fairly glitch-free. There is one particular glitch also that's banned, is the Zaraki Menusa thing, where monsters that are afflicted by Menusa are, for whatever reason, completely susceptible to the instant death Zaraki spell. That is not allowed to be used. It would help us hunt things, but it's also usable on certain boss encounters. In fact, any boss that's susceptible to Menusa.
In
So
fact,
it
Cheeto.
in fact, the very final boss, and it basically trivializes that part of the game.
It's
so-
funny, like most enemies aren't expected to have more than like this incredible 255 HP, except for like a handful of bosses. So it seems that Zaraki on enemies that it's not expected to work on, things like Shido, instead of actually killing him when you have the bug working, it will do 254 or 255 damage to him instead. And you could just like nuke him, but that's no fun.
Yeah. So, it's Japanese game, Japanese community rules for the most part. So, just as an update on what's going on in this part of the quest, both players are heading over to this tower here, the Tower of Wind, we call it. There's an item here, the Mantle of Wind, that both players are trying to get as a quest item that's going to be required to get us to the next town. They're going to be picking up a couple other things here as well. There's a prayer ring hidden at the top of the tower. The prayer rings, like in most Dragon Quest games, are a reusable item that can replenish the user's MP a little bit. It's a random amount each time you use it. And each time you use it, there is a chance of it shattering and breaking and disappearing forever. Generally speaking, for this run, we're going to be collecting a few prayer rings along the way. I think 4 as total part of the route, and we're going to be saving them up for the end game. We're going to need a couple of them, absolutely need a couple of them to get through the final section at the end. But we're also going to want a couple of them around too for the grind that's going to happen at the level grind near the end of the game. It's going to help make that section more efficient if we have some extras. So we're going to be grabbing them all along the way, and unless it's absolutely necessary, not touching them at all until we get to the end of the game.
If you remember, during my Dragon Warrior 2 run, I mentioned that there's quite a few empty chests in places. So for this version, that's what they did. They filled them with wizard rings and and other
Boy,
various
are we
useful
glad
items.
they're there.
Stat seeds and
Yep.
other good stuff.
Yep.
While they're also going through this tower and getting through this section, they're also trying to collect up some gold. And depending on your encounters, the same as with your experience will vary based on what encounters you get. Your gold will also vary depending on what encounters you get. And if you have more gold or less gold, it'll change your route and what items you buy and sell and who gets what items at different parts of the route. So that's another way that the runners can play and have to adapt to what's going on in the game. They might not necessarily want to stop and grind extra gold, so they may compromise by setting out to the next part with slightly less than great gear.
Yeah, that's what makes this game so interesting as well. No runs are even close to the same. 2 runs are close to being the same. You'll be at different levels, different amounts of gold. You'll get different equipment at different times because of that.
Different combinations of levels and stats and equipment all make for different decision making as the game goes on. And for a game as precise as this, it really matters too. So Pop's gotten back to town here, and he's got enough gold to buy this steel sword. That's the best thing. That's what you want. You want to have enough cash to buy that steel sword. That way you can give that to Laurasia, and he can pass his Laurasia's old hand-me-down chain sickle over to Samaru.
Alright, how much gold we got? 12.6. Yeah, I'm gonna hunt a little more for experience and enough gold to not have to sell chain cycle necessarily.
Yeah.
And then I'm
Safer
gonna get
approach.
army ants. Since I declared my intentions to get experience points and gold, useful things, I will fight army ants.
You'll get nothing but the
That's right.
cheapest, most useless enemy.
Delicious 8 experience and 4 for 2. 4 gold. Smoke? There's a single smoke.
That's not much better.
It's really not. Yo, Nana, nice Kaishin. Get him, Nana.
Alright. So, both players have picked up the wind mantle, and what we need this for is, in order to get to the next town, we've got to cross through a channel where there are 2 twin towers called the Dragon's Horns. To get from we're going to be heading up towards the south tower, and to cross the water to get to the north tower, we have to climb all the way up to the top of the south tower and jump off wearing our wind mantle, which basically I guess works like a parachute, and we sail over, and it takes us to the north tower where we need to be to get to the next town.
This is the game telling me to give up on the dream of keeping chain cycle. I have fought in turn an army ant, or 2 army ants, a smoke, army ant, and smoke. Or something very much like that.
Yeah.
That's okay, I'm quite used to not having chain cycle on Samaru.
Yeah, and it's important to, as you're learning a game like this, practice it many different times and get in different kinds of scenarios so that you know, and it helps your general understanding of the game and as a whole too, to try out different things and see what works and what doesn't work. The advice, it seems, that most people get when they're trying to learn this game is that you learn it by trying things out and making mistakes and dying and learning from those mistakes.
The lessons of Dragon Quest II. Also, I'll point out here, you noticed Pop, as he's walking along the water here, he's actually taking half steps and bumping up against the edge. He's actually, when you do that in both this and the Dragon Quest I Super Famicom version, you prevent the what's called the threat counter from incrementing. So this game uses a threat counter based on the number of steps you walk, and as that number gets higher, the chance of a battle increases, and then you get the battle eventually, and then it resets. So every time he does that around a little corner going north or south, he'll prevent that counter from going up by 1, and thus increasing his chances for getting further with less encounters.
Yeah, it's a technique you'll see the runners use in as many places as they can on the world map and inside of dungeons. It works the same in both. And it's just a way of getting us an extra half tile each time we do it to get a little bit further without getting fights. So it's an efficient way of helping get us, on average, fewer fights. Of course, we have no control over how many fights we actually do or don't get, but this is one way of helping us slightly reduce the average number that we get.
We want fights, but we really don't want to get too many.
Exactly. It's
There's a pretty fine balance between, you know, just enough fights and not enough fights and too many fights.
indeed. So it's about managing your resources along the way here. So a runner on the right pop is just a little bit further ahead, not too much further. He's up in the tower here trying to make his way to the top.
We'll see what Devil Priest says about who's where later.
Yeah, that can be a tricky little fight.
Oh, that hefty boy.
The fight was fun to learn. I've forgotten most of what I learned from it, but
Oh,
got a stop spell.
Yeah,
Yeah, actually, I like that fight as well. Just kind
I
of
do,
learning
I
how
do
it
really
works.
like it.
I'm sure as far as like doing it in a run when you die over and over again, that's not too fun.
It's probably
But,
not so fun, but
That's what's great about learning it, is you stop dying over and over again. Well, you don't stop, but you do it a lot less.
yeah, you
Oh,
can
man.
definitely tell.
Remember that first chart we had? And it was like...
Yeah, that
and
was a
the
good one.
The chart's
Attack with
suggestion
Boris
was
Johnson
to kill yourself, basically. Like, okay,
Yeah, I remember
cast all
asking
this
you, I'm
stuff.
like-
Is this yeah? Is this right? And I was like, oh no, not even a little.
No,
Sorry.
no, don't do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I keep dying. I have like maybe a 50-50 shot at best.
Yeah, of not dying on turn 1 immediately, basically.
Yeah.
It's like half of the time you're in a position so bad or already dead that. So
Yeah,
Pop's made his way across to the north tower, and he stopped to pick up an item. The what's it called? The Dew's yarn.
Dude's
the yarn
yep.
that he's picked up here in the north tower. It's hidden in a specific tile here in the north tower, and it's an item that we're going to use to get an optional piece of armor, although it's not optional as far as the speedrun is concerned. It's very strong, called Water Flying Clothes.
Nothing is
So-
optional in this game.
If they're stopping to get it, it's because they need it. As with most speedrun routes, it's cut down to be fairly lean, and this is no exception.
It looks like Pop wants at least one more encounter here before he hits the town.
He might be close to getting enough gold to get the close hiding. That might be what he's looking to get. If you do end up getting enough encounters and enough gold on the way to Rupagana here, then you can afford a really good armor defensive option for Moonbrook, the close hiding, which improve the evasion of whoever's wearing it. If we don't get it now, we can still get it later, but it's kind of helpful to get it now.
Yeah, it looks like he has enough.
Yeah. So he's made it to the next town, and there's going to be a little mini boss he's going to have to fight here, so he's going to save just in case something goes wrong.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that save spot is actually something they added for this version as well. That was not in the original.
Yeah. This fight is against the two gremlins here is usually pretty safe, but occasionally something can go wrong. Either you get I think they have sleep, and yeah, they have sleep, and you can actually be ambushed by these things too. which
And
is-
Pop just was ambushed.
Oh, jeez.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, he was put to sleep?
No.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh,
This
crap.
does not look good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was very unlucky.
Yeah, and that's why we stop and save here. There's always something gonna happen there every now and then. So,
I think Tonic just put the sham curse on you there, Pop.
I think I've had 5 encounters in this place, and I'm on floor, and I just entered floor 3. So
Yeah, it's usually on average. Usually only one fight per floor.
I'm not thrilled
Sometimes
with
you
that
don't get anyone.
because it's a massive drain on my resources.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a problem having enough MP left making your way to Rupagana in this segment. We usually don't have too much extra MP to work with here, so he's going to have to budget some of these encounters and use as little MP as possible.
Wait.
Heal.
Okay.
Yeah, so that second try for pop went much more like it usually does.
Yeah. Smooth air, no real problems. The one tried to heal itself, but that's not so bad. Just a little bit slower. Not a big deal. So once we defeat the gremlins and rescue the girl, we get access to this boat. I think he's going to grab there's a strength seed, I think it is, hidden really quickly before he goes to get on the ship.
That's a strength seed.
Yeah, I'm following along with the notes here, just in case I get lost. Which, by the way, I'll point that out. Star of Violence here, running the runner racer here on the left. He's been so kind as to write a chart for this game for anybody who's interested in trying to speedrun this, learn the route.
That's right. I was kind enough to allow people the knowledge to run this game.
Hey, I appreciate it. The truth is that there really doesn't exist any other resource, as far as we know, for trying to learn this game. A lot of the runs have resources either in Japanese or in English for people interested in running, but this game is really kind of unique in that sense that it doesn't really. So this is far and away, in my opinion, the best resource out there for learning a nice, safe, stable route, for getting yourself started with how to learn and play this game the right way.
And if something doesn't seem right, you just have to make sure you ask Star.
Yes. No, definitely.
Yeah, it's still to a certain degree
it's a work in progress.
Evolving work in progress. We're always trying to make improvements to it, and I'm sure we'll go through it more in detail in the future.
No, I don't. Okay. Can't
All right,
buy
so
clothes
once
hiding.
That makes the
Game is ruined.
makes the
That's
Devil
all right.
Priest a little bit riskier, but there's nothing you can do about that.
I'm super used to not having clothes hiding.
Yeah,
like-
it's more. I think it's more often that you don't have enough money.
Yeah.
You do.
Hey.
So Pop is on the
No, you
boat,
don't.
and he's going to be traveling around the world to do a few different things.
Get him.
First is going to be the key
Heal
collecting.
yourself, you rude guy.
Yeah,
you go.
he's going to stop by Zahan first, right, and get the golden key.
Yeah, and then he'll get the silver key.
That always amuses me that we get the silver key last.
Yeah, they really want you to go over there first with Kanik, but you're like, nah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna get every single other good game in the good thing in the game first.
I remember, I know, every time I would play casually, that's where I'd go, the silver key. But little did I know. It's like we even get the Watergate key before we get the silver key.
That's true, yeah. Every key but the silver key first. Not jailers. No. Yeah.
Yeah, we go there and pick up both of those there.
That's right. Every key but jailer's key first. Or every key but silver key first.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's see.
Yeah,
2, 3.
there's a remark about the Dew's yarn. It's in a specific tile on a specific floor in the North Tower in this version every time. I think it's not the case in the NES version.
Yeah, I talked about that in my run. On the NES version, you just have a random chance
You just
on that
start
floor
searching.
to find it. Yeah, you just
Can you
search the
just-
same spot over and
You
over
can,
again.
you
Yep.
can stand in the same tile. Oh, that's really amusing.
Yep. So you get on that floor, you just stand on the stairs, keep searching, and eventually
Just
you
rummage
find it.
around on the stairs until you
And eventually it appears in your inventory.
It's gotta be
That's
here
great.
somewhere.
So yeah, that's something that's nice. It's always in the same spot for us. We do have to climb up the tower, but the north tower is much easier to climb up and down than the south tower is.
Yeah, so these sea encounters, the sea slugs in particular can be pretty dangerous, so it's usually a pretty high priority to put them to sleep. I think they're not fully vulnerable to sleep, but they're very high chance to get put to sleep. But they're very dangerous enemies.
Yeah,
You
they'll
have to pay attention.
and if you don't put them to sleep or kill them with boggy or some other attacks, then they'll try and put you to sleep, and that's always a problem. So Pop's made his way to Zahan. The golden key is hidden here in this town. The dog has buried it in the back here, but if you know where it is, you just search the tile and take it.
You get the dog skip in both versions.
Nice. There's a few other encounters, or a few other monsters we might see in the ocean. The Medusa balls are probably the strongest enemy we see out in the ocean. But I think
Those
the
things
sea
are
slugs are.
very dangerous early on. The Medusa balls.
But I think the sea slugs are also pretty dangerous because of the sleep.
Yeah.
Generally
the Medu-
speaking, we want to deal
That's
with
kind of the issue, is that
big
the
ones of
Medusa balls can do the same thing. They give like 3 out of 4 enemies on the sea access to sleep, and like
Yeah,
the fourth one is like those ghosts that are dumb anyway.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you run away.
So now that we've gotten some keys, we go back to Laurasia using the Traveler's Gate that's actually right near Zahan. It's actually kind of convenient for our use here. It's almost seems kind of weird and pointless, but we actually make good use of it
Phew, I
in
made it.
this run. So we loot the treasure chests in our hometown. Most of it's seeds that we're going to be using, but we also pick up Rhoda's token, which we need to trade in to get the helmet, I think.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think we're going to go right there to pick up the helmet immediately.
Yeah, we'll
as
be
well
heading.
as the Suncrest.
Mm-hmm.
So the routes of this version compared to the original are very similar in this section. Picking up keys, making a save here, picking up the helmet, pick up the shield.
Mm-hmm.
Just
The
collecting all
layout
the
of-
easy items to get.
Yeah, the layout of the world map and where everything is placed is more or less the same for the major quest items. So the same basic efficient route here applies. Going from place to place, getting everything we need in the quickest order that we can. As we're sailing around in the ocean, it's similar to the world map, there's some invisible encounter lines that we are sort of trying to adhere to, because there are more dangerous monsters in certain parts of the ocean than in others. So as long as we follow things carefully, we should mostly just see the same monsters, the man-o'-wars, the sea slugs, the Medusa balls, and the ghosts for the most part. But in other parts of the ocean, we'll encounter much more powerful monsters. So we've got to be careful whenever we head to those parts of the ocean. So Popsan just picked up the Sun Crest. It's one of 5 quest items we need. There are 5 different crests hidden throughout the land that we have to trade in for Rubus's charm, which we need to gain access to the final dungeon. So they're necessary to collect. There are 5 of them hidden in specific places in the world. So that's the first one, the Sun Crest. And then from here we're going to be heading south and grabbing a leaf of the world tree. At least that's what I assume we're going to be stopping here and grabbing. Yeah, Pop's got the leaf. And he'll stop in the next town that's nearby here, Parapui, and get some more keys. Star's not too far behind. He's stolen everything in Loresia's treasury using the golden key. Rested up at the inn, and now he's heading back to get his sun crest. So Pop purchasing the invisible item there. It's the jailer's key that lets us open those jail bar doors. And he's gonna go into the sort of secret area back here and talk to this guy back here. He's trying to tunnel his way out of prison, and he forks over the Watergate key, which we'll use in Tepa. But for now, we're just going to hold on to it and head to the next area.
I believe next he's going back to
Yeah,
Kanok or Samaru.
Samaru Toria, yeah. He'll sail south from Parapui to get to the northern part of the world map, at least as it's laid out on like a map, and get back to where he was near the beginning of the game, where Roto's shield is stored. Star picking up a world leaf, also avoiding battles. When you go to the land there and try and grab the leaf, you have a chance of getting a land battle, and the land monsters around this area are far too strong for us to fight right now and can be very scary. That's good news that we didn't get anybody there. These guys will be fighting most of the ocean encounters. It's safer and better to fight most of them, but they also still need experience as a minimum, and I don't think this is good. No, this is definitely not an issue for either of these runners.
Man,
The Princess of Moonbrook must
I
be
hit level 6 so long ago.
Yes, she learns Medusa, right? Yeah, at level 6, and it's very important for fighting the Devil Priest, which is going to be like basically like a boss fight for all intents and purposes at this point of the game. Okay, so Pop stopped in Samaru and picked up Roto's shield, which is one of the best shields we get in the game. We pick up a lot of very good equipment in the early parts of the game once we get our keys, so that's going to help us fight some of the monsters here at lower levels. It's a common theme in Dragon Quest RTA, sort of, to go through sections at below average levels, but with above average equipment, so that these things sort of cancel each other out. What that ends up doing is the monsters we do fight give us proportionally sort of more experience, and it lets us catch up on levels very quickly. A quick note about the run chance. We explained earlier it's a different chance for each level. There is for each successive attempt, there is a level threshold where if you're a certain level above the monsters in a particular area, as Pop is in this cave here, the lake cave, you actually have a guaranteed chance of running away from it. So he's not worried about any of the wimpy monsters here. He's just going to roll through, pick up a couple of seeds, the silver key, and then walk out. Unfortunately, we don't have like an outside spell or anything like that, so we really just have to hoof it. Of course, he got ambushed by a centipede and took 1 damage, but that's hardly a big deal. If that happens like 40 more times, but so it's a pretty relaxing walk through this cave here, just in and out.
I was going to force an encounter on the ocean until I realized I really didn't need one.
Hmm.
It's pretty reflexive for me not to want to like waste steps per se. Like for
Yeah.
instance, on that short sailing trip, normally like if I hadn't gotten so many encounters earlier, I might be at a lower level and Nana might still need to hit level 6. So instead of, just bolting into the cave after not getting any encounters on the sea, we would take those steps that we took on the sea and, try to get them to be another encounter so we could actually get more experience, basically. Just little things like that.
Mm-hmm.
That you have to attend to, like, throughout the whole game.
Yeah, it's sort of as occasionally comes up when you do want to fight things, it's the reverse of the encounter canceling. So rather than resetting our threat by going to places, we force an encounter before we go to places where we're not. Force a fight in an area where we do want to fight these things, but not in the other place. Here in the ocean, the monsters are actually worth a decent experience, but on land, around here, they're worth nothing.
Right.
Yeah, and Pop's in the exact same situation as he just
Yeah.
noted in chat.
Yeah.
Many
was gonna-
encounters, but high experience. But that's fine.
Yeah, I noticed he was,
Throughout-
as I recall, while he was walking to Mirror of Ra, his Lareja and Samaru were at 5 and 4 respectively, which is pretty high to be walking to Mirror of Ra with.
Yeah.
But, you get... Basically, everything kind of balances out eventually, because since you spend so much time
Exactly.
actually fighting random encounters instead of evading them somehow, as long as you handle encounters properly, everything just sort of balances out in the end. You end up with high experience, and you have to grind, because there's a point at which you have to grind. There's just no getting around it. For the end game, you need experience levels, and you're going to get to the end game without those experience levels. So you got to grind for them. So if you get there with some more experience, it's that much less grinding you have to do. And for the most part, it ends up evening out.
Exactly. The run times are going to be very different from run to run for the first 2/3 of the game or so. But in whatever condition you get to the end game in is... If you have extra experience, like Star said, it's just going to mean less experience that you need to earn later. If you got there quicker, then you need to stop and grind up more. So...
You just have to work with what the game gives you.
Exactly. So, Pop has made his way back to Zahan. There's a couple more items he wants to get here by traversing through these barrier trap tiles, which deal an enormous amount of damage. But we have enough MP between our two healers, Conan and Nana, to make our way through these barrier tiles. As long as we spend MP efficiently, we can make our way across without anybody dying. And we collect these two items here. The Magic Loom, which is the second quest item we need to make the water flying close. And on the other side is another prayer ring, which we talked about earlier. We need these guys for the end game. So
DQ2 is making fun of me a little bit.
Sorry.
I had an encounter with a 5 mana war and 1 sea slug. I ganged up Lareja and Samaru on the sea slug to kill it, and then went ahead and cast Boggy on the mana wars to get rid of him. The only thing that survived was 1 mana war, and its action was to tap Lareja and put him to sleep. And I was like, fine, I will cast Gira then, you jerk.
Oh well.
Yeah, it's whatever. Just one of those little things.
Pop made his way through the barriers. It's very important not to let anyone die. It's a real problem to fix it.
I'm trying to force an encounter outside of the oh my god, everything's going to kill me zone, except
It's
the
not coming.
encounter rate on the sea is very, very, very low.
Yeah, the encounter threat increments at a lower rate on the ocean tiles than on any of the land tiles. So coming up here is a sort of boss battle. Akuma Shinkan, the Devil Priest. This is a very important distinction between the NES and SFC versions here. In the NES version, guarding the Thunderstaff here in the prison of Laurasia is a Mad Clown, which is a reasonably strong but not particularly dangerous enemy. In this version, he's replaced by his much stronger cousin, the Devil Priest. So, at the levels we're at, this is an extremely dangerous monster. It requires kind of a fairly specific strategy to fight. He casts Ionazune's spell, which is Explode It, and at this point it's way too strong. So it's very important that we land Mahoton or Stop Spell very early on in the fight, at which point he's going to start slamming the party with very powerful physical attacks, and we need to set up Menusa in order to get by there. So Pop, very first try, immediately gets hit by Ionazune and loses Conan, which is instant reset. He's got to try again. Samaru in the middle is the one casting Stop Spell, so if Stop Spell is not in place, the fight is not winnable. So unfortunately he's got to try again. But that's fine, we took a safety save right before this guy for that very reason, because he may just outspeed you and kill you without you getting to do anything. Explodet is strong enough to kill Samaru sometimes in one hit, but we've given him some HP seeds to help increase his chances of surviving. He doesn't always help us. The Devil Priest himself too, by the way, is also so fast, basically, that he's going to go first practically every time.
Pop's having some bad luck here on this fight.
Yeah. Lost Nana and then Conan. We've picked up the World Tree Leaf before we got here, so that's an option for us to use in this fight. If someone does die, and as long as we land both Stop Spell and Surround on the Devil Priest, we can always keep fighting and possibly win. But it's very important that we get those two debuffs on him, otherwise he's way too strong. Ionazune will kill the party, and if that doesn't, his physical attacks are very strong.
Yes,
So-
Ramsus, in true Dragon Quest II fashion, this is the game where barriers can kill you. Well, in Dragon Quest I also, but...
You have to be careful.
Although
You
I
have
guess
to be very careful
maybe
about.
they must be able
traversing.
to in Dragon Quest V also, if it's the same engine.
Could be. Oh yeah, Pop's having a lot of bad luck here.
Oh, jeez. Not that I don't want to catch up, but that's not how I want to do it.
Stop spell is not quite
Hey.
working right. But that's okay.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the parts where RNG can play a major factor, although we just do as much as we can to mitigate it.
The very first turn or two in this fight is very RNG heavy, but after that, it's actually a lot of very careful decision making and management to get through this guy.
Yosh. Ow.
So it looks like Star got both spells landed, so he has a good chance to kill him now.
Mm-hmm. Once you get those spells in, you can always give it a good shot.
Hey.
And we're seeing like almost identical fights here.
But at this point, once they've got the spells in place, it's basically you gotta... Every time the Devil Priest attacks, he's got a coin flip chance of hitting you, and if he hits you, you take a lot of damage.
That fell apart.
Yeah.
Looks like Pops is going better now, though.
He's got a pretty good one going. The spells here have a chance of missing the Devil Priest too and dealing no damage. Still, it's an effective way for...
It was a tough
characters.
opening, because I still had a and Iona's in first turn, but nobody wiped
Yeah.
from it. So catching up from that pretty much requires him to miss you at least a couple of times with
Miss
some
you,
physicals, and he decided not to.
Yeah. He had a few misses in a row, but very nice. So as a prize for winning the battle, we get the Ikazuchi no Tsue, the Thunder Staff, which we actually don't hold on to for very long in this route. We actually pawn it for cash.
Same situation, huh? Exact same situation. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You got the heels off.
There we go. Alright, we're stable.
So
Nice
Pop
fight,
just
Shane.
went through the warp
Oh,
gate here, made his way to Dirkendal, I believe it's called,
Yeah,
or
this is
Osterfair in the English version. And he picked up the a very important item called the Gaia's Armor, and that gives a huge defensive boost to Laurasia.
yeah, the leader here. He picked up the Holy Knife too, which he's gonna, I think, sell for money.
Oh, no, we keep that for a while.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, I actually forgot which way to go. Okay. I forgot which way was down.
Here.
Oh no.
Okay,
King with
so
his bunny girls.
yeah, we need to amuse the king here by fighting his killer tiger, which this is a fairly strong enemy, but not too dangerous. We hit him with surround, and hopefully just watch him not do anything. Our prize for doing this is the Moon Crest, which is the second crest we're picking up of the 5. So Pop just defeating the killer tiger with no trouble here.
Did you use your Leaf Star?
I think he still has his.
No, actually. The second wave went completely perfectly, so I didn't have to use my leaf.
Alright, so we're probably going to see the routes diverge a bit here. I think Pop did use his Leaf.
I
So
can't
he's going to
remember
want
it.
to pick up another one. So he's
Yes,
going to
or
go...
not. I don't see it, so he must need it.
Yeah, he's going to go pick up another one and do some shopping earlier. Where Star's probably going to go on to Tepa from this location.
And this is fairly common in this route to stop for World Tree Leaf if you need it, or not if you don't. And do these shopping trips in a slightly different order.
Many of our real-time route changes are centered around, did I use a leaf just now or not?
Mm-hmm. If we need to go get one, we might as well take care of other business we have in the neighborhood while we're out there, so... Shirtless guy.
Big shirtless Ron, just stopping me from buying my clothes.
Yeah, so we pick up the clothes hiding here if we couldn't afford them before.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, Pop used his leaf, so he's gonna stop and get another one. But he got some trees. He's gonna stop and fight them.
Pink Afro trees. It's a little bit of a risky fight, but at the same time, he's sitting right on top of the World Leaf tree, so he can just grab another one and revive
Yeah.
if somebody dies.
At this
Yeah, as long
point,
as-
that's basically just Tepa area enemies, so it's like only as bad as where we're going anyway, which is pretty bad.
Yeah.
But...
So Stars cleared the Killer Tiger and gotten his Moon Crest.
3 and 3. Lucky me. I will definitely take double max agility seeds all day for Moonbrook.
Yeah. We carry around these stat seeds from place to place. We use most of them. For some of them we keep for certain spots so that we can save and reload in case we don't get decent rolls, but we got good agility seed rolls, so he's fine
Major
with
times
that.
we do it. The major times we do it are for Lareja's first pair of stat seeds, his strength seeds, and the first pair of agility seeds that we use on Nana. Other than that, we don't bother save scumming any of it.
Our route may adjust slightly depending on the rolls of these seeds, but we won't really spend too much time trying to force them to be particularly good values in most cases. Oh, you got the
Yep.
Durkendall land battle, my
I got the
favorite.
Screw you special. However, the Exorcist went to sleep.
Oh yeah, I see that
Alright.
now. That's lucky, because that guy is very strong.
Yeah.
You're still not out of the woods yet, but... Oh,
That's alright. The
flying guys
other,
are asleep.
yeah, the other two are only Hawkmen, not gargoyles.
Oh,
So
yeah, you're right.
they're
They're not
mostly
as
like
bad.
they don't hit nearly as hard. They're still pretty bad, but they're not like gargoyles will probably just kill you at this point, but not so much
Yeah,
Hawkmen.
They're pretty dangerous, especially to Nana. Alright, so as we discussed, Pop took a slightly different route because he needed a leaf, so he went down to grab that and he stopped over in Parapui to do some shopping. And then he's going to stop by Baron and take care of some business there before he goes to Tepa. Whereas Star is going to go straight to Tepa from Durkendall and then head to Parapui and Baron after that. I think time-wise, and you can feel free to correct me, if it probably is more efficient to head straight to Tepa. But if you have
yeah,
no leaf,
just a
going
bit.
to Tepa, there is a very big jump in monster difficulty at this part of the game when we go to Tepa. For the most part in the run up to this point, we've been a little under level, but properly equipped to fight most of the enemies that we encounter. Going to Tepa, we're going to encounter very strong enemies that, if they're feeling like it, will just kill you.
It's a tough question to answer whether this version is faster or slower than NES, because there's a lot of context behind that. Like, the runs are completely different, basically.
Yeah,
I'd say in
they rely
general
on-
this version is faster
Yeah.
in that they rebalanced a lot of the enemies and XP that you get from them.
Oh,
I mean-
master. Oh, no.
Oh, man.
no!
Pops in trouble.
Oh.
Jeez. Oh, I got the Baron wipe that I cannot stand.
Yeah.
これは痛い。
Hidoi.
Oh, 3 fail fleas. It's too bad.
I hate those things, man.
So that's going to be a
Dragon-
little bit of
the
a setback,
dragonflies.
unfortunately.
You take, like, maybe, 8 steps on land near Baron.
He took
They're all deadly.
a landing a little bit further back and fought something else, and it was fine. But he got the or the dragonflies, which are quite strong.
If those things all decide they're breathing fire, then, and at this point in the game, you are absolutely wiped and there's nothing you can do about it. What really stinks is that their HP ranges seem to be just a smidge outside of Ogon. Sorry, hold on. Just a smidge outside
of Boggy.
outside of Boggy range. Okay, she's asleep, but Princess is dead. Let's see what we can do about this.
That's a tough fight, yeah. So getting to Tepa is very dangerous. We fight some strong monsters, and they're pretty quick.
Oh no.
But all we have to do is make it to the town. You know, in what condition it isn't as important. Oh, that guy didn't die.
Okay.
Ooh. So scary. Star is using his World Tree Leaf to revive Nana. She died along the way here, and that's what we have it for. This trip is very dangerous, and we want to make it through with just at least one person alive, but if we lose people along the way, it means our ability to fight any of the monsters out here is very much compromised.
Alive.
Ooh, good one.
Just do anything you can to live. That's what the name of the game is around here.
Mm-hmm. It's just a rush to get to Tepa. It can be very tricky. For the section of the world map that Star's in right now, it's actually not Tepa encounter monsters. It's like the desert monsters like we were fighting a while ago, and these guys are not so bad. We've got way more levels and stuff that the mandrills and ghost rats here are not going to hurt us. Pop trying to make his way. He's got some berserkers that killed his Nana.
Given that those encounters are better, while I'm still in that area, I'm going to force one more encounter.
Pop had to use his leaf to get Nana back on her feet, but...
I forget this. Hey.
Oh.
Okay.
Ooh. Ow.
Okay.
와, 마스카. Oh no.
Oh, not again. Hey.
아, 너 저게. 마스카요.
So Pop ran into the exact same counter you had there.
Mm-hmm. He opted to try and run away, and he's failed to run a few times now and fallen. Basically same kind of scenario as the dragonflies.
Alright, get dead to the bongo, there we go. Do.
Unfortunately, Pop's taken 2 party wipes in this section, but like I said, there's a big jump in difficulty in this section. At least from my personal experience, that's an area where suddenly I felt a little under-equipped to deal with the stuff that...
Okay. Made it in.
We had to deal with in this section. Yeah, Nana died in that last fight, but that's not a big deal. Losing people on the way to Tepa is practically expected. Fortunately, there's a church here where we can revive.
Alrighty, time to go see old Uncle Waterflying Cloth.
Mm-hmm. So in this town is the guy that we fork over the Dews Yarn and the Magic Loom. And after we wait a while, then he makes us the Waterflying Clothes. The trigger for this is actually to reset the game. So we're going to save the game in a little bit and hit the reset switch to make our Waterflying Clothes. After we take care of a couple other things.
Okay. Sweet one. There we go. Let's open up the water gate.
Mm-hmm. We picked up the Watergate key in Parapui when we went there to get the jailer's key too. It's used to open up this water gate here, this dam, and it's gonna let us sail to the Full Moon Tower to get an important quest item we need. So right now, Star's taking care of that stuff, so he's gonna head down south, pick up a World Tree Leaf, head over to do some shopping, and get ready to do the next part, the Full Moon Tower. Pop's still trying to recover and make his way back to Tepa. And while he has been dying in these sections, he's been retaining the experience points that he earns from this section, so this experience will help him, and it'll come in handy for the next sections.
And thankfully it happened after he spent all his money and bought his weapons that he needed.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Let's replace that leaf. And now I will do my Paraploy shopping. We're gonna see where my gold's at. Depending on your gold here, you may buy one of two weapons for Laurasia. You may buy Big Hammer, and you may buy Dragon Killer. And that's pretty much going to depend on your state of gold.
Mm-hmm. How many
Dragon
encounters
Killer's better,
fought,
but
how you've been
do
doing.
you have the gold
If
for
you
it?
have if you have enough gold, then you can get the Dragon Killer, and it's better. But if you don't have enough gold, you'll have to settle for the Big Hammer. Either way, we're going to also be able to afford the Light Sword for Samaru, and that's another distinction in this version. In the old version, the NES version, Samaru can't equip. He's unable to equip the Light Sword, but in this version, he can.
I'm being dumb.
Yeah, it's his best weapon in this version, where in the original his technically best weapon was just an iron spear.
Yeah, so he's got access to some better equipment here.
Alright, I had enough gold after I sold Steel Sword, which I almost forgot I could do. So I went and bought myself Dragon Killer. And that's gonna give Laurasia, some better damage.
Yeah, so now that
Some
we
dragons, right?
Yes! Oh god, yes.
If only we could kill dragons right now.
I don't want to see dragons right now.
A little too strong right now. So we've got the Dragon Killer and the Light Sword. So
No, it's the 1 mana war puts Laurasia to sleep leftover special. Again.
Conan here has actually got a pretty strong weapon, so
Yeah, his damage
gonna
is
be
higher
able to-
output, right, at this point?
it's comparable, if not sometimes better than Laurasia's damage. Yeah.
So when Laurasia is stuck with Big Hammer, Conan does on average do a bit more damage than Laurasia does.
I see.
Here.
Got Dragon
When he's
Killer,
got
so-
Dragon Killer, though, he does better damage.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Still, for Samaru to be doing comparable damage to Laurasia, it's actually pretty impressive for him. He's not usually known for hitting the hardest, and in fact in the early game, even though he has a decent weapon, he does more damage with Gira in almost every circumstance.
His damage range is even with Chain Sickle, you can't really completely rely on him.
You can't even count on him to do more than a couple of points of
Yeah.
damage.
He becomes
even
kind of a cleanup for Boggy at that point.
Yeah.
I believe you can also equip Roto Sword.
He might be able to. I don't remember.
I'm not
I've
sure.
I've never seen Roto Sword.
It's
I
funny,
think you can, actually.
while it's lore-wise, the Roto Sword is a legendary sword, and it's very powerful in Dragon Quest 1. It's hasn't aged well in this brave new world. So we actually don't use it. It's not really very good.
Yeah, it actually retains the exact same attack power as the original game. But yeah, there's more powerful swords in this one.
In fact, probably, I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I'd be willing to guess that Light Sword and Dragon Killer, which we just got, are probably better.
I know Light Sword is. I'm not sure about Dragon Killer.
I couldn't say what the exact values are
Yeah,
off the top
I'm
of my
not
head
sure
here,
what
but
the exact values, but they're probably pretty comparable. And given that it's fairly out of the way to go get Roto Sword, not worth it.
alright, time to save.
Yeah, you made your way past the dragonflies, saving in Baron. So like I said before, as part of a trigger for getting the water flying close is you've got to reset the game. So we save up here in Baron and get...
Uncle Waterfly and Cloth would like it if you came back tomorrow.
As a kid, I was never sure what the trigger was, how it knew it was tomorrow.
So you might notice that I reset again, and that's because of the crappy inn in Baron here. This is a good time to talk about the inn in Baron and why we have to go through some hoops like me using prayer rings right now actually to heal my MP.
So in this version, when you try, there's a cutscene here in Baron when you try and stay at the inn where Samaru, Prince Samaru in green here, gets sick. He's afflicted by Hargon's curse or whatever, and he's stuck in bed until you go get a World Tree leaf and bring it back to him. This is actually not very efficient for us to do. It's very out of the way. So
I would rather have the World Tree leaf.
So as much as possible, we avoid staying at the inn in Baron. We can get around this little cutscene by having somebody dead in the party when we stay at the inn. It doesn't matter who's dead, as long as someone is dead, which we actually kind of take advantage of in a couple situations. It's actually, we want to rest at the inn here in town, but it's better off just killing somebody. And
indeed. In this particular case,
reviving.
since I mean, unless you have a really bad time outside of Baron before you get there, what we'll do instead is just kind of heal with MP and use prayer rings after saving. And if they break, just hit the reset button and reload and do it again.
So like I said before, we want to save these prayer rings. We don't want to break them now. So what we can do is save here in town and use prayer rings until we fill up our MP. And if they break, then we reset and load the game. Pop's made his way over to Tepa. Runners are still fairly close. Star has probably a little bit of a head start going into the next section, but since they've diverged routes a little bit, it's a little bit unclear as to how far apart they are. But they'll both be going to the next section, the Full Moon Tower, at the same time, in basically the same condition.
I am ever so faintly ahead, but it's worth noting the tragedies that Pop went through for me to be ever so faintly ahead.
Akuma Shinkan, really.
Multiple deaths to Devil Priest, and to trying to make this journey that we've been doing.
Yeah. The Baron death was really unfortunate, but...
And now there's a dog in his way.
That's Dragon Quest II for you sometimes. It's a tough game every now.
Indeed.
Even to one of the world's best players, it's not a free ride, ever. But that's, I think, one of the things that people find appealing about DQ RTA in general, and something that I find appealing is it can be very difficult, but it's very satisfying once you've got your route figured out and you can put up a good run.
It's like life, right? You just gotta deal with the crap sandwich that you get dealt sometimes.
You gotta drag Samaru around for a long time, and eventually maybe he'll help you out. So Star is on his way back to Tepa now that he's got everything taken care of. It's a slightly easier way back this time. It's a shorter boat trip up there after using the Watergate key rather than the longer footpath.
At this point, we're also better equipped and a bit higher leveled, so it's pretty nice. For instance, these headhunters here that I'm fighting, on the first trip, everybody's levels are just that scant bit lower that it's not as much of a guarantee that Moonbrook can go first.
Mm-hmm.
And typically, your ability to fight these guys is contingent on being able to put them to sleep, which is a 100% chance.
They're very susceptible to sleep, yes, but
very.
They're very quick too. So when you come here under leveled, they'll outspeed Moonbrook and bash you for a whole bunch of damage. But coming back now, we can more or less reliably outpace them and just.
It's a pretty typical situation that I'll run into on the first trip here. That basically involves me running into 4 berserkers and then going defend, sleep, and praying.
Yeah. Hoping Moonbrook outpaces enough of them that she can put them all to sleep before she dies.
There we go. Uncle Waterflying Cloth has bestowed me with his bounty.
Yep. It's very good armor, and the defense value is pretty good for light armor, which anyone can equip. But it also provides a reduction in damage from certain fire-based breaths and spells.
I believe it's still 1/2 in this version as well, right?
Yes.
It's a huge reduction, and for much of the game it's going to be on Princess Moonbrook here, as she has the least hit points. Her maximum HP is the lowest. She's going to need that damage reduction to survive certain things in the first place. At some point at the end of near the end of the game, we're going to be passing it over to Samaru because of how important his job is going to be at the end. But for the most part, it's going to be on Moon.
Okay, Full Moon Tower.
So, do you have enough cash to stock up on the tin charms?
I did, in fact.
Okay, so the tin charm is an item you can purchase in the town there, and you just throw it in your character's bag, and it's working pretty much, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it reduces the chances that negative status effects like sleep are going to land successfully on your party members. It's a very big deal.
Yeah, you need it quite a bit to deal with endgame stuff like Mage Vampirus and Bazuzu.
We don't want to be debuffed by monsters, by any debuff really, at any time. It's really going to monkey wrench our ability to fight anybody, so it's very important to have these to reduce our chances. This game is a game that's very much about a lot of chances and probabilities going on. There's a lot of calculated risks that players are taking and have to take as the run goes on. So being able to evaluate and weigh these risks and bump the chances of success in our favor by any little bit is important. As we go through certain sections of the game, our success is never guaranteed. So
I have still seen characters go to sleep from the sleep spell, even though I have Tin Charm, and that's amazing because I believe your chance at that point is like 1 in 32 to actually go to sleep.
Yeah. You hope it doesn't happen, but that's like exactly the point. It's not that it blocks it completely. Yeah, it might still happen, and it's ridiculous when it does, but think of all those times it is protecting us and how much worse it would be without it. So
one time I thought, you know what? Maybe it's okay if I don't have Tin Charms. And then I tried doing the grind at the top of the Cave to Rondarkia with Mage Vampirus everywhere.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Let me tell you about how great it is to be constantly put to sleep while you're fighting killer machines.
Oh, goodness, yeah.
It sure is. You're dead.
No good.
All the time.
Oh,
No, Pop!
Oh.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
that's another third fail fleet. Oh,
wow!
no, it's 4. Oh. Oh, that was pretty great.
Yokata!
I can't believe they both attacked.
Yeah,
Next
that's
turn.
what I'm surprised by.
Oh, they both attacked!
He had like 8 hit points, and he took like 6 damage because they both.
That's the best.
That's something. So, Pop made his way back to Teppa. He's got to revive his party because he nearly died, but he's got through here. He's going to be crossing over to the Full Moon Tower. Star's already a little bit ahead. He's climbing the Full Moon Tower now. Hidden in the tower is a quest item called the Moon Fragment, which we need to gain access to the undersea cave, right? Which
Yes.
has the evil idol hidden in it, which is another quest item we need to continue onward. So,
Yep.
important place to be.
Gotta hop from one MacGuffin to the other, basically.
There's also yet another one of our friends, the prayer ring, in this tower. So we gotta go grab one of those too.
Oh man, yeah. Would that I could just book it immediately upon getting the Moon Fragment, but
No.
it is not to be. There is something far too important at the top.
The monsters
so soon.
here, in Full Moon Tower are moderately dangerous, but we're mostly equipped to handle this stuff.
Well, once you get... They're not super bad until you get to, like, let's see, like, the 3rd or 4th floor, I want to say. And that's when exorcists start appearing again,
Yeah.
alongside actual gargoyles.
Yeah, the gargoyles are up here too.
It's... At that point, it becomes incredibly dangerous, which makes the world record very, very funny. Because at some point, Null just decides, I'm going to hunt for metal babbles on, like, 4 or 5F.
In that tower where there are the Begurama casting.
And he's
Yeah.
like, well, if they'll show up, I'll just kill them too. And he gets 2 metal babbles and moves on.
Well,
Let's see.
that's null for you.
So since I have Tin Charms now, the Medusa balls are a bit less of a problem, so I can kind of leave
Yeah.
them for last.
Yeah.
Even these sea encounters change ever so slightly over time. Like the Tin Charms change how you prioritize what you're dealing with.
As the game progresses, we're constantly adjusting our strategies, and this will come into play very much so at the end of the game when we're trying to grind. But every time somebody levels up, practically our strategy for how our encounters change, or our strategies for how we handle certain encounters change it, or what's considered or what is figured out to be the quote-unquote best strategies are constantly changing depending on what encounters you get, what level everybody is, what happens in the fight, what kind of situations you find yourself in, how many resources you have left at your disposal. So there's definitely a lot to keep track of, a lot to juggle, and a lot to figure out about this game in order to get everything refined and as solid as it needs to be to get a good time in this game. It takes a lot of work.
So I'm taking a stop over in the port town again to not only hit up the inn before I hit the Great Lighthouse, but to buy a mage staff for the princess, which is going to be extremely useful for the rest of the game. It's funny because, as you might remember, the wizard staff, the mage staff, it all it does is cast fireball when you use it as an item.
Mm-hmm.
And this seems kind of innocuous, but to give the princess a means to do that kind of damage on a whim, very quickly I might add, considering she's the princess and she's very, very fast. And for free is just huge. It's going to start being huge right now, even with the Great Lighthouse, which is a not very dangerous dungeon at all for us since we're over-leveled for it at this point, but is very long and could be a major drain on your MP if you don't have something useful like a free fireball stick.
Right. So that's a good point. Because she's very quick, she can usually use it as a quick way to to snipe down weaker enemies, or on a second turn, for instance, finish off a wounded enemy very quickly. And of course, it's an item that we can use as many times as we want, and it costs no MP, so really a great way to conserve MP for more powerful spells like Boggy that can clear multiple enemies at once.
And MP conservation is huge in this game. Absolutely huge, especially in the end game where that grind
like
is basically
MP management big time. That's why we bring those prayer rings. But even in the early game, I would say traveling from just trying to get Ra's mirror as early as that, MP is already a huge factor.
Yeah, it really is. Let's see. So while I can relax a little bit, let's say that encounter that I just took, which was an enchanter and 2 mummy boys, I want to say. Let's see, the prior encounter, making decisions on, say, like which enemy to attack, even though you can just kind of plow through them. I would sick Laresia on the mummies and Kanik on the enchanters always, because Kanik is less likely to one-shot the mummies than he is the enchanters. So keeping in mind things like attacking stuff in that order so you can kill stuff faster, it's happening throughout the entire game.
Since this is a game about trying to go quickly, and as much as it is about survival, even these sections that are less dangerous, it's not about survival necessarily as it is efficient encounter handling, getting through these encounters as quickly as possible, instead of necessarily as safely as possible, which is usually the kind of idea we have for most things that are dangerous in this game, which happens to be a lot of stuff. Tepa, we're not looking at strategies to kill those monsters quickly necessarily, we just are looking for ways of dealing with them, period. Whereas in a section like this, it's really about clearing stuff quickly and efficiently. And we'll definitely see that come into play once again at the end game for that grind, where it's constantly just fighting battle after battle after battle, all of them dangerous and all of them that you want to handle as quickly as you can, using as little resources as you can. It's the name of this game for sure.
That's why I like it.
Yeah, it's very stimulating and engaging game. It's all about encounter handling, and the encounters themselves come in a massive variety. The pool of enemies that the encounters come from isn't necessarily high, but you need to understand every single monster, how strong it is, how fast it is, what kind of abilities it has, and then that'll help you decide what's my biggest priority right now.
And this fight that Star just got is being a good example.
Indeed. Those saber tigers, or those saber wolves, can be so dangerous. There was a time where I think I was on a run and I came in here without a world tree leaf. And I just so didn't happen to wipe the saber wolves quickly enough. And they sure wiped me. Well, they didn't wipe me, but like they killed Kanik, and that was enough. It was just like it was over.
And that's the problem. So, for the record, we're over here in the Great Lighthouse, fairly big dungeon. It's a long way around. We're here for a quest item. It's another one of those crests. The star crest is hidden here, so it's going to be our third crest. We'll have 2 more to go after this one. At the top of the tower, we're going to have to fight a sort of a mini boss battle with 4 of those gremlins that we fought in Rupagana. We're going to have a battle with 4 of them. And I'm not exactly sure the conditions for why this happens, or
the gremlin bug.
The exact nature of how to deal with it, but occasionally there's a bug that happens with this fight at the top that um, I believe both racers are experienced with how to deal with it appropriately, but it's something that can glitch out your game and cause it to soft lock.
Let's see. So the gremlin bug. The 4 gremlins that are at the top of the tower actually base their formation on past battles that you've had. And this game has different enemy groups. There's 4 enemy groups from 0 through 3,
I guess.
Yeah. And basically, for God knows what reason, you can end up with gremlin formations that are in, say, like, let's say there's 1 gremlin in group 1, 1 gremlin in group, or 1 gremlin in group 0, 1 gremlin in group 1, and or more likely, like 2 and 1, and then 1 is in group 3. It skipped group 2. And when that happens, you can't actually target the gremlin. And it gets to be a really huge problem. If anything tries to do auto-targeting... Oh my god, these dragonflies.
Ooh. Yeah, if you end up accidentally trying to target one of the Yeah, 3 breath. If you end up trying to target one of the empty gremlin formations, the game will get confused and it'll end up soft locking, I believe is the issue.
Yeah, it tries to target the non-existent enemy group, and it can't, so it freaks out and never lets you do anything ever again.
Yeah, it just sits there, it says you attack, and you just sit there, and nothing ever happens. So as much as possible, we're going to avoid that that issue. Oh yeah, ambush. What a rude lighthouse. This is usually a fairly safe and stable dungeon, but...
Alright, that thing needs to go. Okay, good.
Oh, jeez.
Just when you think you're safe and secure, right? Something happens like this.
I never think I'm safe and secure. I try not to.
Looks a little better now, but that was pretty
I
close.
got away. It's alright. Princess MP is ever so slightly strained, but I can work with that.
Hang in there. Just a little bit further.
Let's see. I just don't feel like fighting these. Okay, there.
So Pop's finally made his way around through the first floor of the lighthouse.
So these two are gonna do a high five as they pass each other.
Kaishin no Ichigeki!
Kaishin.
Nice, Kaishin. Not sure if it's been explained or if it's self-explanatory or not. Kaishin no Ichigeki is the Japanese expression for what it says when you score a critical hit. Basically, literally means an excellent or move or heroic attack or, you know, that sort of thing. So it's sort of that.
A satisfying blow.
It's a sort of a battle cry or sad cry of satisfaction of getting a nice kite.
I like that one. A cry of satisfaction.
Hey, that's a nice kaishin you got there.
Yeah, I'm gonna think it fit in that way every time Star yells it.
except for the not so satisfying Kaishin against the Dragon Loop Dragons.
Oh, those are definitely Sukon.
Or the third attack on the Star Chimera, and you're like, well, that wasn't exactly helpful, but
But you feel better.
you do feel better because you killed that stupid ugly bird.
Oh, I hate those jerk birds. I have not seen a single Gorgon head go down to just mage staff today.
Hmm.
And it's pissing me off.
Guess we'll take this moment to talk about the marathon. You guys are watching Dragon Quest RTA Marathon number 3 here on RPG Limit Break. Up next, we have Dragon Quest Builders with High Spirits. That's a fun run to watch.
Yeah, that's a very cool run.
And then I believe after that, we don't have too much left after this tomorrow. So we got Dragon Quest Heroes with Delm, and then I'm going to be doing the Game Boy Color version of the original Dragon Warrior, and then we're going to have the big mega race of Super Famicom version of the original Dragon Quest.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, thanks so much to everybody for coming out and watching tonight. Hope you're having a lot of fun. And I hope to see you all for the finale coming up too. Almost made our way through this tower. It's a big one. Actually going to take this moment to take a very short break myself, so I'm going.
Alright. It is time to take this empty treasure box from a guy who is totally not 4 gremlins in an old man suit. And we got 4 gremlins. Thank you, God. It's one thing I didn't feel like dealing with. It was a gremlin bug. And 4 gremlins being grouped together like this makes it really convenient to kill them with stuff like Boggy.
Yeah, it's nice to have them all in one group like that.
Yeah, sometimes they get into like 1, 1, and 2, and it's just... they still manage to be threatening, even at this point.
Yeah, Papa's not too far behind now. He's just a couple floors up from where you're at.
He's definitely catching up. Pop proving that he is Pop. Let's see, I happen to see a holy water be dropped, so let's use it. Actually, I ended up with a whole bunch of dumb stuff getting dropped on me at the lighthouse. I just go sell it. Let's go to the inn yet. Actually, yeah, okay, let me do that stuff afterwards. Or maybe I will just toss it all on the ground now.
So one thing they added to this game was the addition of a vault, so you can store items in. So Star is dropping off a bunch of items that he doesn't need anymore, as well as storing some gold, so he has some money later on to buy extra Shield of Strengths.
Oh, I hope I get to buy extras. That'd be pretty swell. Well, it would be and it wouldn't be. I guess if everything is going ideally, you don't ever get more than one. If you got more than one, it's generally because you got owned by stuff in Hargon's castle, so you went back for a leaf or something, and you just happen to have enough gold. Or you had, like, Sword of Destruction drops.
Yeah, it's
Which
kind
in
of
this
like
version of the game, we just go ahead and sell because we're not using them.
yeah, it's just kind of a bonus if you are forced back, right?
Yeah, basically.
So, Star remembered the water seal this year.
Yes!
Congratulations.
Ah, I knew I could do it. Alright, so I'm gonna take a slight detour to the item shop because I am so paranoid about MP for this next section that I would rather use a Chimera Wing to go to Baran right now than actually cast Return.
Yeah, so actually, this very thing is something I was starting to incorporate in my NES route as well. Because yeah, MP is pretty important for that cave, and having as much as you can always helps.
Let's see, do I have a leaf?
So we're headed off to the sea cave, the undersea cave that Diener had mentioned earlier, and it's a very dangerous cave even at these levels, and there's some fights that can kill you pretty easily, even if you know what you're doing, so you need a little bit of luck as well.
Yeah, I do have a leaf, okay.
Alright, so Pop's making his way there as well. We're actually on the same screen for screen here.
Oh, wow.
It's just gonna come down to what encounters you get. It's got to encounter like almost on the same spot. So one other thing that's important to look at here is the difference in levels. Pop is actually still a little bit ahead on experience, because he had those deaths earlier, but he also gained the experience when he died there. So he has, looks like he's 15, 13, 10, where Star is only 14, 13, 10. It's not too much of a difference at this point, but
I went way, way too far north.
eventually it's going to even out once they get to the grinding. I was wondering where you're going there.
Yeah, I was too. So, given how nasty the other parts are before this, I'm not that used to having a leaf still. Before I go to the undersea cave. So, I don't remember from which point to travel west most of the time. So I'm sure
it's like halfway up to that shrine.
Yeah, I went way too far
Baran.
up. I was thinking of the point to go to the Rubus charm, not as much. Like I started heading towards Rubus's shrine instead of undersea cave. My bad.
Anyway, now Pop's a little bit in the lead, but obviously any kind of encounters in here are going to make a huge difference.
I was really hoping for nothing on the first floor. Here's Begurama. Can we not die? No, we can't not die, alright. Okay, good.
Oh man, that was scary.
That was the worst.
So like I said, the enemies on this cave are extremely dangerous. You can handle some of the encounters, but if they start going poorly like that, your only course of action is to run. So they're going to take a little bit of a roundabout route around here. They're actually going to pick up... Is it just the magic armor, or is there's a seed in here too?
There's magic armor, there's a seed, and I just picked up a prayer ring, actually.
Oh yeah, there's a ring in here. So yeah, they're going to pick up just the prayer ring he just got, a free magic armor, which obviously that's nice to get. It costs like 4,700 gold to purchase, and they're going to give that to Canuck.
It's his best armor for a while. Or one of his 2 best armors for a while.
And I don't think we mentioned it earlier, but when I was talking earlier about the way threat level works and the number of steps you take, that number is reset when you go through a stairway. So when you see them hit a stairway, that level is reset, so you'll actually see Star here jump back into the stairway and then go right back out, and that resets his threat level, so he's much less likely to get an encounter in this section of the cave.
Not even safety prayer rings, Nacho. Like, absolutely 1000% mandatory prayer rings. The endgame would absolutely not work the way it does if we didn't have prayer rings. Let's see. Undersea. Oh, shoot. Wrong thing. That's alright, though. No stop? Okay.
So it looks like these two are back on the exact same floor again. I'm surprised how close this is, but Dragon Quest 2 is just being Dragon Quest 2 sometimes, helping us.
It really does do that.
Yep.
As staunch of a defender of Dragon Quest II's fairness as I will be, every game has got those moments, and Dragon Quest II is absolutely no exception. Oh boy, is it no exception.
It's like the game of those moments.
Hey. Oh, my favorite, 3 killer tigers. I definitely don't completely hate this encounter.
Yeah, for those
These
of you
guys
that
are an
don't know,
extremely good reason why we make absolutely sure that we can somehow kill these things in 2 hits. When we
you
get
guys
here.
are both on the same encounter here, on the same floor, I think. I was gonna say, for those of you that have never seen this version, this is the Super Famicom version re-release. It's a combo cartridge with both Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Quest 2. It was only released in Japan. Unfortunately, it never got a translation. As many of the Dragon Quest games for the Super Famicom, it never made it over to the US or Europe, for that matter. Just really unfortunate because these are actually really great games, really good remakes of the originals. They balanced everything out and made it a lot more fair, as hard as this game is still, a lot more fair to a player. So if you get a chance, you can play also the Game Boy Color version of these games, which is based off of this. So they're very similar.
Okay, sorry about that. I took a little bit longer than I meant to, but I'm back. Looks like you both are progressing through the undersea cave at the moment. This is a pretty scary place, huh?
Oh god, I love this place.
Non-ironically, I'm sure.
I'm also an intense masochist. Alright, it's about time I gave Kanik back his sword. I actually did something earlier that might have gone unnoticed. I took Kanik's light sword and gave it to Laurasia in order to 100% ensure that I would be able to kill things like killer tigers and stuff in one blow. Or in two blows, rather. Because otherwise we end up having huge issues.
So Star's at the bottom of the cave here. There's a fight here with a couple of mad clown guys. To get the evil idol. Just what he needs here. It's just getting everything all set for it. It's not too difficult of a battle, considering how difficult things are down here in general. I think if you've made it this far, you're usually in pretty good shape.
Usually. As long as I don't double Begurama. And even then, you can pull yourself out of it.
Still make it through.
You put the water flying cloth on Canuck, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And we just put nothing on Moonbrook, because whatever.
Yeah. So we saw it in action there that Conan took a lot less damage from
Let's see, did I use my
Begurama.
leaf? No, I did not use my leaf.
Alright, nice cave. Pop is just behind you. He's fighting the Hell's Emissaries now.
Oh, no, I didn't. Trying to remember to give everybody's stuff back now so I don't
Forget
screw up on
later.
that. Yeah, because I'll do that sometimes.
So with the evil idol, we can go to the cave to Rondarkia, which is our path to the end of the game here. It's still a ways to go before we're actually going to finish, but we're getting towards the end here. Pop's made it through just fine. Take a second to check in with our runners. Star, how you doing tonight, man?
Well, I'm doing fine. Okay. Now I'm doing
It's fine, it's fine. I'm being blocked too. So yeah, it seems like you're having a pretty good run, man. Keep it up. Pop's on.
Yes.
How are you doing?
No. No. No, 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 no. No. Okay.
Wait a minute.
And in a shocking plot twist, Laurasia is the one swimming in the barrier tiles for me. As their HPs were virtually reversed from what they would normally be.
Very, very bad.
Having some tough luck. Hang in there. Keep doing your best.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and post it in chat. So make sure I got the links here for our runners' Twitch pages, so go ahead and hit up their pages and hit the follow button if you haven't already. What are you doing? Go over there and do it. two great runners who play lots of Dragon Quest. So if you're enjoying this race, and it's a really good one, it's basically dead even 2 hours into it. So check out their channels and follow and support.
Look at this, we're getting the cutscene at the exact same time.
Yeah, this is great. 2 hours, 16 minutes, still synchro. Nice job, guys. If you're already following both runners, then you're doing a great job. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And we appreciate it for you. Appreciate you for it, rather. Alright, so there's lots of stuff to do here in Cave of Rondarkia. Obviously, it's the path to Rhone in the center here, which is where the endgame takes place. But there's also a crest hidden here in the basement, as well as some valuable items to pick up along the way, including the lightning sword is stashed here, and Roto's armor is also hidden away somewhere in this cave, right?
Yes.
That being said, it's a very big and very dangerous cave. This is one of the most treacherous parts of the game for the casual runner, I think. The dungeon is a huge maze with confusing rooms and backwards traps and puzzles and confusing nonsense that's going on here. So the kind of cave where if you're going in the wrong direction, you'll end up walking in circles and not even realizing that you're walking in circles. The kind of cave where if you take the wrong step somewhere, you step in a hole and fall in a pit and end up somewhere completely different. So it's not exactly and on top of it, there are dangerous monsters in here too. So it's not exactly a fun time.
All right. So first things, I just picked up one of 3 major items in this cave. Few. And then got into an encounter, which is technically 5F, so that would have been really, really bad if I didn't run away.
Yeah.
First item is the mysterious hat, which is a really, really rare item in the original version that only Mage Vampirus would drop.
Mage
extremely
Vampirus and Bazuzu.
Oh, and Bazuzu, that's right. But we get one just absolutely for free in this version, and it's super useful. Super useful.
Mm-hmm.
Splits MP use in
Yeah.
battle by 25%.
Yeah, in battle, yeah.
In battle, yeah.
And does it give you a little defense in this version as well?
Did it not before?
Hmm?
Was it 0 defense before or something?
No, it gives defense, but normally it's the only helmet that either of the other two could wear.
Oh, yeah, that's true in this version also, as far as I know.
So you get a little bit of a defense bonus as well.
Well, that's always appreciated. I forgot that there was one of those stored here in this version. So that floor that Star's on, if you see, he's got to take a specific path through there. He's going to jump down into this hole because this is the path over to the
Pop
the
has
sword.
found a babble.
I was on. Okay.
Hugray.
Oh, I think
Looks
you got
like
it.
he's
One hungry.
Alright, well, pop songs. For certain.
So,
okay, he got the kill.
yeah, nice. Yes. Good job. So
Okay.
this is the point in the game where, well, technically we could have seen Hagure earlier, but this is the first place where we're actually kind of likely to see him. He has a high chance of running away as usual, but we can end up killing him, and he ends up giving us a lot of experience points. These experience points, because the end game involves needing to grind up to a certain point, the experience we earn from him is a huge time saver. We also make use of a technique called the even-odd manipulation to make sure that we always hit Hagure when we're fighting him. We can't guarantee we're going to do more than 1 damage, obviously, but we can always win the 1 damage coin flip. So if he sticks around for 2 turns, then we can guarantee that we kill him as long as we do the technique properly.
Yeah, and also to note, in the original version of this, they were only worth 1,000 experience, and they adjusted both Metal Slimes and Babbles, that are Hagure, to be worth the same as it does in later games, which is 10,050 experience. So you can see why it's a huge boost to get one this early. Makes this cave a lot safer and saves you close to 10 minutes on your final time just in grinding alone.
Yeah, the time save in this version for killing Hagure is on the order of about 10 minutes.
It's so much experience.
It's a big boost.
Let's see, to put that into perspective, the best experience we're going to get normally later is from a pack of 4 dragons in Hargon's castle. And that's worth 1,950 experience. So you're getting about 21 dragons worth of experience out of that one fight. It's huge.
Yeah, it's a lot. Oh, I see a question about the technique. Yeah, so when we attack the Hagure, whether or not we deal 1 damage or miss is based on the frame, whether it's even or odd, and we have a way of holding down the A button and then releasing it at certain times based on certain conditions to guarantee that we always land on the correct frame, to guarantee that we deal 1 damage.
And the other key to that is the message speed, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Most of the time when we do this version of the game, it's acceptable to use turbo controllers, so we use message speed 8, which allows us to go the fastest. And the manipulation, or the even odd technique for metal fighting, requires the message speed to be set to 8.
Yeah, so what happens is you hold X to mash through your text and stuff, which ends up being faster than, like, say, message speed 1. And you hold A to proceed through your prompts slowly during battle with a metal enemy in order to keep hitting that coin flip. What ends up happening behind the scenes is when an enemy has so much defense, like a metal enemy, that you can't possibly do damage to it normally, it flips that coin. There's a spot in memory that it's checking whether it's odd or even. And if it's even, you get to hit it for 1. If it's odd, then you don't get to hit it for any, then you miss. So that's what we're doing, is we're setting up our timing on the prompts so that we're always giving input to attack it when the frame is even, and so we always get to hit it for 1. We can't stop it from running away or anything, but we can hit it every round, and that's good enough.
It may also be the case for our first hit that it may end up missing, but we have a way of adjusting it so that the subsequent hit will be a hit, and then all hits after that will be hits. We do the exact same technique for the Dragon Quest 1 run if we encounter Metal Slime in Dragon Quest 1. This is on the exact same cart, and it follows the exact same rules, and we use the exact same technique to do that manipulation there. And it's acceptable to use this technique as defined by the rules in the RTA community, so...
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize it actually marks those holes in the cave when you fall through them.
Yep.
So you don't forget. That amuses me.
That's something they added to this version.
You don't continue to fall through the same hole over and over. Laurasia died there for Star, but he's got the leaf to get him up. He's on the last section of here of the cave, but still pretty strong through here, so.
Ah.
Yeah, again, these encounters are extremely dangerous to fight at these levels, but in the end, it ends up being safer to try to fight them than it does to attempt to run.
We need the experience anyway.
You need the experience, that's a good point, and because the monsters always get an attack, every single monster always gets an attack on a fail,
Ooh.
like coin flipping on a run and missing, it means taking a ton of damage.
Berserker dropped a big hammer for me. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
More money
item
for,
drops here will mean more cash, and extra cash means earlier access to Shield of Strength and getting a second one too.
No. Yeah. Okay, well, see ya.
Yeah, unfortunately, Star there lost Laurasia in that fight and barely made it out himself. But even though he was close to the end of that cave, trying to proceed at all with one party member down is pretty much guaranteeing death.
Yeah, better for me to just go ahead and recoup, put my gold away, get my get another leaf, and try again.
And you won't have to grab the things that you've already picked up.
Exactly. To be fair, I feel like I was proceeding forward a little early anyway, but no matter.
It's fine.
Oh.
Still, you got most things taken care of.
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be about... I'm at 16, 14, 11, so it's basically about getting there now.
Yep.
Oh, did Pop lose a ring?
Oh, apparently.
Oh, one player ring.
Oh, no.
Pop decided to, in order to keep progressing through the cave, to try and get some more MP by using a prayer ring, but that comes with the risk of it breaking, and one of them is broken. We have it set up so that we get, I think, 4. Sometimes we can get extra ones from drops, but
Right.
we pick up 4 at least, and it's highly recommended that you have at least 2 for the very end of the game. So
Let's
2 of
see.
them at least are kind of like flex, so we can use them how we sort of need to. It's going to be most efficient to have them for the end game grind in Hargon's Castle, but you know, it's not too much different than breaking one very early on in the grind, for instance. which happens from time to time.
Yeah, exactly.
Or sometimes you break a bunch right away. Which really sucks, but there's nothing we can do about it. I don't know the exact percentage chance of them breaking, but it's a fixed chance every time you use it that it breaks.
I think it's 1 out of 8, right?
I think it's more like 1 out of 10, but I might be wrong.
Okay. I think the original in Dragon Warrior 3, it was 1 out of 8, but obviously they could have changed it for these remakes.
My
I
mic
know
volume might be me just moving my head to look at chat and stuff like that, sorry.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, I believe it's in DQ3 SFC, it's 1 in 16 for them to break. They are pretty friendly. But every now and then you just break like 3 out of 4 uses and you're like, why?
Sometimes I break 3 prayer rings in front of Shido, and I wonder what I'm doing with my life.
It's just like, we got a backup one squirreled away in the SF in DQ3 in the absolute emergency, but Maru's notes actually list another backup one that's incredibly out of the way, but if you were desperate.
If you need it, you need it.
It's hidden in Melquito, which we never go to, so...
Oh, I see.
Pop's getting close to the end of the cave here.
He's going to be very well equipped to actually make it through since his levels are so high, too.
Oh. Yeah, if he does make it through, then his investment on the prayer ring was probably worth it. It's unfortunate that it broke, like we talked about, but that's just the way it is. In this version, for this game, the level up stats are not random. I see a question about that. They're fixed. So the characters, when they level up at specific levels, will always get the same stats. And they'll always learn the spells that they learn at the same levels. So we can count on that. And it actually influences a lot of our strategies quite heavily. We can really count on certain things being the case. So we can build our strategies to cut things very closely and also have very reliable HP lines and damage thresholds and things like that. So it lets the runners actually have a lot of control over what's going on in fights as long as they understand the game well enough.
What is this? I've a Hargon Knight. Well, I sure don't see you ever. Oh
Does it
God!
exist?
What?
We got a battle
And
on that floor, and it
just killed
brutal.
Kanek because awesome. I'm so mad. The only time I see a Mega Knight, like, ever, and...
He owns you.
yeah. I think the 2 Berserkers just decided to go before Moonbrook because that's okay.
The Pop's made it out of the cave, but he's not up to the shrine yet. He's going to take a very specific path through here. There's another one of these invisible encounter lines here. He's going to try and force a fight. to get an easier monster before he gets up to the shrine here.
That's all right. Whenever I use up a leaf, I'll just go get another one. Leaves are infinite.
Ooh.
It's when I use one in Hargon's castle and then I'm in the endgame. That's when there's really issues.
Yeah, you really plan on using the leaf through this cave at some point. So it doesn't really matter too much. that you
Yeah,
use it.
that's what it's for.
Are you joking?
Wow, the triple sleep.
Are you joking?
Huh. That's not supposed to happen.
No, not even a little. Something go to sleep, please. Bye. Alright, yeah, whatever.
Pop just made it to the shrine barely. He lost Laurasia on the way.
Yeah, I'm losing everything, so... Nope, shut up. That was really stupid. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, that 3 sleep, that's not even a little fair.
That is 3 1 in 32's landing. FYI.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's 1 in 32? Because on the NES version, it's 3 out of 32.
Oh, alright, 3 out of 32. That's
Still about
so,
1 in
sorry, 3 out of 32's.
Well, you know, I mean,
Still very, very unusual.
very low chance still, yeah. I believe they're like the standard chance. At least, I know the numbers for all the NES stuff, so it was 3 out of 8 normally, and then the Dragon Banes or Tin Charms in this increase it to 3 out of 32.
I should probably double check my gold and my items and see if I can afford Shield of Strength while I'm out here. Because I might be able to. Might as well.
Yeah, so Pop right now is also purchasing a Shield of Strength. It's back in Baron.
Yeah,
And I've
the
got
Shield of Strength
8,000 gold
is
in the bank.
a very useful item. It can be used in battle to heal the wearer. I think it casts the equivalent of the Heal More spell on whoever is holding it. So we can give it to characters even if they can't necessarily equip it. They can use it in battle to recover themselves. It's very helpful. We're going to, at the very minimum, need 1. And if we can get 2, then it'll be more helpful. Once we've visited the shrine once and we've saved at the shrine, our return spell or Chimera Wings are going to take us back to the last place we saved. And that includes the shrine. So as long as we don't save anywhere else, we can use the Rura spell to go back to the shrine. So we're free to come back here in Baron and buy stuff, go get World Tree Leaves, go get Rubus's Charm later, for instance. And then just Rura back to the shrine. We don't have to go through that awful, awful cave.
Yeah, so
Once we
while
get through it.
Pop's out here, he's going to also pick up the Charm of Rubus, right? Yeah, he's headed up that way. So he's just
using-
combining trips here to
Yeah.
efficiently grab all the items that he needs. He has to pick
Yeah.
up the Charm of Rubus at some point, so while he's out here, he's going to grab that.
Yeah, he's got, he's gonna want a World Tree Leaf anyway, so... He's gonna grab Rubus's Charm, which will let him get into Hargon's castle later, too. Not that I think he's quite ready to go there just yet, but... He's casting the Repel spell around here and avoiding battles for the most part. These stronger fights he's gonna get into, but he's got strong spells now that just roast through the Bumpurus. Alright. Pop's collected all 5 crests. He trades them in here for Rubus's charm.
Oh no, they don't do that. They don't have the multiplicative experience based on number of enemies. It's just straight.
Yeah, it's just flat, so 2 dragons is worth precisely twice as much as 1 dragon. There's also no experience splitting or anything like that, so the living party members get the experience and the dead ones don't. And it's not more if you have dead people.
Hey.
Nope. So pops up here in Rondarkia. The monsters out here on the world map are some of the most ferocious encounters in the game, period. This is near the end of the game as it is, but even more so than the monsters in Hargon's castle, many of the encounters out here on the world map are even more deadly. So you'll see practically every monster out here be threatening. The giant pink guys with the pitchforks are the archdemons, right? They're really nasty. The gold bat-boon guys, the Devil Lord, I think, is the is another very dangerous enemy that has, when he's wounded, might cast the sacrifice spell, which will kill your party instantly.
And the blizzards know the defeat spell, Zaraki.
Yeah, Zaraki. So, at this point, it looks like Pop's trying to make his way over to Hargon's castle.
Yeah, so he's in kind of what you just saw him die there. He's in what's kind of known as the white ground loop.
Yeah.
Is he trying to actually get to Hargon? Is he at the level to get to Hargon's castle now, or is he just going out to level more? Oh, he's going there. Okay.
He's going towards the direction.
Yeah, he's definitely going.
So I think he's trying to make his way over to the castle. So at this part of the game, he's trying to level up his party to get strong enough to finish the game, which at the very least requires getting basically just below the point where Cannock is going to learn the revive spell. But the most efficient place to level up is actually not on the world map here, but actually just inside of Hargon's castle. Generally speaking, the encounters and formations are a little bit easier and worth a little bit more experience, generally speaking. So our goal really is to get to the castle, and as much as possible stay in the castle and fight monsters in the castle. But the trick here is that the journey over to the castle is not so simple. It's filled with these nasty monsters that can just kill you if they want. So that's the white ground loop is sort of the affectionate way of referring to this situation that happens wherein you get trapped getting killed out here on the world map where everything is all snow covered in white. Over and over again trying to get to the castle and not really making very much progress. We are gradually making progress anytime we kill anything, but
Thank you. Thank you again.
No, we can't use the Falcon Sword Sword of Destruction glitch in this version either. The game is played much more straight up. So we've got the Thunder Sword and the Light Sword, and that's about it.
And Cannock's revive spell.
And Cannock's revive spell, which is very good in this version. It can actually be used in battle and revives a party member with full HP. And is absolutely critical. It's all of our final boss strategies for the boss rush and for Shido himself revolve around having access to the revive spell. So, very important.
You're having a lot of fun with this encounter star.
Yeah, it's really good. Oi, oi!
Ooh.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Being able to survive things like that is the name of this game.
Yeah, so they actually ended up nerfing a lot of these endgame enemies, even though they are extremely difficult still.
They're still
these
very
levels.
strong, yes.
But they nerfed them in the fact that they're more vulnerable to the status effect spells
Yeah.
like sleep and
I was gonna
stop
say,
Stop spell.
I believe by nerfed we mean possible to fight.
Yes. You won't die immediately.
All the
Nah, just
time.
a little later. Yeah, not all the time. Okay,
Pops here in the castle, Hargon's castle, which looks mysteriously like Laurasia, where we started the game. But it's all just an illusion. We use Rubus's charm to break the illusion and see that it's not such a nice place. We also need the idol, which we needed to get into Rondarkia Cave. We need to use it again here to get access to this floor B, or the second floor 2F. And this is our playground. This is where we're going to be hanging out and fighting monsters, hopefully lots of dragons, and cranking up our levels. So right off the bat, Pop gets a pretty tough encounter. Devil Lord Flame, Killer Machine. So as we saw, the world map encounters are very dangerous, and we don't want to fight those as much as we can. We want to spend as much time as possible here in the castle, so we want to make our MP last as long as possible. We don't want to lose people where we can help it. And we'll use the World Tree Leaf to revive someone who's died if we need to.
why?
Well,
How do you keep getting that encounter star?
I don't know. Somebody really likes me up there. Oh, stop, stop. Okay. And this encounter is pretty common. It killing me is also fairly common, I suppose. Hey.
So the section of the game that Pop has reached where we're grinding here in the end game is where all of the skills that you've needed to get through this game are now even more important. Everything that you've learned and needed to know in order to be successful at this game is now multiplied by 1,000. This is like a very heavily skill-based section that requires to do very well and requires being completely comfortable with all of the monsters and being completely comfortable with your party and their capabilities and being completely comfortable with what to do in every unique scenario that you're going to find. The better we manage our our resources and our time in this section,
Okay.
the better we can do in this section. And we've got to grind a lot of experience points, so the faster we get this all done and over with, the better we do in the end. But all of the monsters, all of the encounter formations are dangerous. All of them are things that we can have things we can do to handle them efficiently, though, as long as we pay close attention to what's going on and have a little bit of luck with our status effects. But it's all about managing our risk and
Okay.
Alright, you made it.
Would have been really awesome if I didn't get an encounter like one step above
one
the bad
step
encounter.
over the line.
Yeah. That ruled.
I love doing that, forcing an encounter on the line, and then you cross the line and you get another battle anyway. You're like, why do I even bother?
Right? Alright, so let's see. Larasia's level isn't exactly... I don't think he's at 18 yet. He might be, though. Alright, he is. Which means I will go do all of my errand boy stuff now.
Mm-hmm. Resupply on Leaf. Get your
Right.
shield. Or did you already have it? I forget. Did you already?
I couldn't afford my shield before. And I can super afford it now, but...
Definitely now. 5k. Yeah.
I ended up, I'm actually gonna sell some more stuff, because I ended up getting a Dragon Killer and an Iron Helmet drop. So I'm just gonna get rid of these and put the gold away.
Save it for another shield.
Right. Just in case. Right. Alright, so since Larasia's level 18, I can freely sail the ocean with Repel and not get at any encounters, so I can go restock my Leaf and get Rubus Charm.
You'll be ready to make your way to the castle soon, or try to.
Indeed.
Yeah, so the final goal here is to get Canuck to level 25, where he learns Revive. They're actually going to get within 2 boss battles of that, so level 24 plus some experience. So the battle with Atlas and then Bazuzu will level him up to 25. So he has Revive for the next 3 battles. I think that's correct.
Yeah, for if you need to revive anybody after Pazuzu, you can.
Alrighty, let's go grind. Not that I can go to Hargon's castle and grind yet.
You're gonna have to stop and level up a little bit more first.
I gotta run from these, I don't have Begurama. Basically, I'm gonna need Canuck to be level 18 so that he gets Firebane. Because you just really need access to that spell for a lot of
Firebane
things.
in this remake was buffed quite a bit. You do what, between 50 to 60 damage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, the damage range is so big.
25 to 30-ish.
It was like Inferno's damage.
Yeah, pretty much double the damage. So it makes him very useful for efficiently fighting enemies in the castle.
Yeah, especially big formations.
So I think my strategy now is to casually get criticals on 3 Hago-chan.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, yeah, exactly.
So unfortunately, Pop here, he lost Nana earlier, and so he used a World Leaf to revive her. Now Laurasia has died, so he had to leave the castle. We don't have access to that revive spell just yet, so whenever we lose too many people, we've got to leave. So that's number one main thing when doing this grind, is you don't want people to die when you're grinding, because then you have to leave the castle and come back and go get a World Leaf and come back. It takes a long time. So that's the most important part here, is when we're doing this grind, step number 1 is try not to die.
Silver Devil. Sweet breath. Everybody's asleep. But we woke up, so that's okay. Okay, so Moonbrook is level 13, so sleep on these guys is reasonable, I believe. Don't do that. That's so rude. Kill it? Oh, okay, fine. There we go. Booted from the cave by rude birds and machines. Another day in Rondarkia.
Good news, however, is it's very easy to revive your party here in Rune Shrine. You just talk to this guy, and there's no jingles, there's no...
I'm mad. Oh.
Eight.
Nope. Got Zarakis are flying for both players here. Sort of how it goes. Both players are probably fairly used to every now and then just seeing someone keel over dead, and
sometimes you just die.
button.
That's just how life is.
That being said, I mean, we get in situations where we might fight one battle or 2 battles and have a bunch of people start dying, or maybe even just finish one battle with some people dead. But as long as we're earning any amount of experience, then...
Exactly. Especially where Kanik is concerned.
Mm-hmm. So...
His
Our number
experience
2
is the
party.
most important of all.
Our buddy in green, he's really important. So every point of experience he gets is progress towards learning Revive, and once you learn Revive, you're in good shape. As far as the grinding is concerned. Still gotta finish the end game, which can be tough. We'll get to there when we get there, but...
Hago-chan. Hago-chan wa doko da? Pop, send me Hago-chan. I need...
Oh, that's right. That's
Dragon's
how
now!
Pop didn't have to grind here. He got Hagode. So, as you can see, for example, that's one instance where you can see how much time saved getting Hagure is.
You're almost there, though.
Yeah, I want to say Canuck's within 5,000 experience of his 18th level, which is useful. To be honest, I'm not super certain of what Pop was doing with his progression, and I got a... You got a friggin' prayer ring!
Did you get a ring? You got a ring.
Yay! Well, that replaces the broken one, so that's really good.
So, our big pink guy here, the Archdemon, as dangerous as he is, of course we gotta fight him because in most cases, not every case, but there's some situations where you're so overwhelmed that you really can't be bothered to fight him. You just gotta risk it. But he does have a chance. It's a fairly small chance, but it's not extremely remote. Dropping prayer ring. So if we get extra prayer rings from Archdemon, it's really good.
If it's the same as the original, it's 1 out of 32.
Okay. And that's provided he's the last enemy you kill. Is that the case in this game as it is with all... Oh yeah, I
He
know it
usually is.
Yeah, probably is anyway. But you can only get a drop from a monster if it's the last enemy you kill. So only the last enemy you kill in the battle is eligible to drop an item.
An interesting bit that I found out through dealing with Metal Babbles is it can still... Oh, jeez. It can still drop its item even if it just runs away. The last enemy standing when the battle finishes determines your drop.
Oh, interesting. Oh,
Not necessarily when the last enemy dies.
poor Pop, just a few feet from the castle. The white ground loot claims another.
Hey. Oh, that's what I was saying just a bit earlier, actually, was Pop started off to the castle at levels, I want to say, like, with Laurasia at 19.
Yeah, 19 and 18.
Seems really, really aggressive, to my knowledge, anyway. I'm gonna have to interrogate him about that and see if he knows something I don't, which is completely 1000% true all the time.
We were just talking the other night, and he was dropping some knowledge on us. It's very interesting. Gave me some... I don't know quite as much about the game, but it gave me some interesting perspective on just how refined it is. All the different strategies, the way he's thinking about the game in a different sort of way than I'm used to, anyway. But DQ3 is my game, and it's a little bit different.
That should be Canuck's 18. There it is.
Nice. So that's him learning Begirama.
Of course, we're gonna need... I'm gonna want a little bit more padding. I'm not feeling as ambitious as Pop was.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get some more levels before I head out to the castle.
He did get a reasonable amount of experience on his first trip up there, so he's in
Yeah, might have just
the
been...
usual shape, but he's been having a little bit of trouble getting back. The usual. Maybe a little worse than usual, but...
Yeah, staying in the castle is absolutely... It's the imperative of the endgame. The longer you can stay in the castle, the faster your playing is going to be.
Yeah, this section...
Anytime you spend outside, you're gaining experience much more slowly.
Yeah, you're basically wasting time the longer you spend outside of the castle. Getting back in there.
Yeah.
Gotta get in there, and once you're in there, you gotta stay in there. So, every fight you want to make sure you handle correctly because you don't want to die because then you have to leave. and you don't want to do that. And then the next thing is you want to spend your MP efficiently, because if you run out of MP, then you have to leave, and you don't want to do that. But as it stands, you don't want to die, so you really do have to heal up after most battles, pretty much all the way to full. So using the shield.
There comes a
strength
point where
and-
it's not so imperative to be completely full, and that's part of the MP saving overall too. Yeah.
As you get stronger as the grind continues, your strategies for handling
Get him, Nana! Nana just bonked a dragon to death for 5.
I see it, yeah.
Oh, and that is level 20. I need to rearrange Canik's shield.
And put it in a spot that's easier to reach for you. We're going to be using the shield from his inventory a lot, so we want to make sure it's in a spot that is going to be easy for him to reach. So this requires unequipping some items and moving things around, and then re-equipping them.
I got halfway decent fights in that cave, which was nice. I got a lot of dragons.
Yeah, a lot of dragons.
And the dragons were pretty friendly with me as far as dying was concerned.
Yeah. The green dragon monsters we see are pretty much the best monster we get around here. They're pretty good experience and less dangerous than many of the game out here.
Hey, 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 hey! Okay. Nope, never mind. Wow.
Pops made it through the white ground, and he's back into the castle for more.
Alright, it's my turn to loop around in the ski slopes.
Yep. Yep.
Getting surprised by Gigante. I think it was surprised by Gigantes and Double Devil Lord. That's just like asking to get wiped. Like, forget it.
You might as well just reset now.
If I hadn't killed like one Devil Lord right before that, I would have. But
every was we talked about every experience point.
Yeah, I'd rather keep that 500 experience.
It's 500 closer to the next level up. There's several important thresholds as we're doing this grind that is going to sort of change our strategy for handling these encounters. One of the main breakpoints, I think, is level 23, when Conan is going to learn Zaraki, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's defeat, so we're getting wrecked by the blizzards and them using Zaraki.
Enemies like flames and dragons are highly susceptible to Zaraki.
Highly vulnerable to Zaraki, and we can clear out entire groups of dragons, for instance, with a single spell. So it's very efficient on both time and MP to just wipe those guys out. So that's one of the major breakpoints for how the grind will change. Before level 23, obviously we don't have it, but after 23, we see a huge spike in our ability to get rid of dragons and flames.
No, 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 no! I hope nothing kills me. Hey. We got sapped, so these Cyclops are a lot more dangerous than usual. Right, you know what? Okay. We're gonna heal with Moon because it's faster. Oh, actually, come to think of it, yeah. I could have just healed with a shield. One thing about the Cyclops is that they're so slow that your entire party will always go before them.
Once again, that's like where your understanding of the game is coming in handy. You can make these kinds of decisions easier once you know these kinds of things, which you can and can't count on and what you can count on more or less. And that's one of the main things that goes on behind the scenes in this grind that changes some of our encounter handling is as we level up, our agilities are increasing. So as we become more and more likely to go before certain enemies, we can change up our strategies to try and clear them out of fights quicker, rather than having to play quite as safely, if we're going for something more aggressive. Made it?
Yep. And now I'm leaving.
Oh,
Because it wouldn't be a DQ2 run from me if I didn't forget something important.
You forgot the charm?
Yep, when I was going out to get the World Tree Leaf. I got the World Tree Leaf, I forgot to get the charm while I was out there.
Oh.
That figures. Alright. That's alright, I'll just make it again. No big deal. Maybe I can buy another shield? No, I can't. Okay.
It's not the water seal, but it's close enough.
Yeah.
It's the thing we use the water seal for.
Don't forget the Rubus seal.
No, the Rubus seal. Ah, damn it.
That's okay. I tried to take the warrior to the dealer town, so...
Well, I don't know if it's better to just outright forget it or go there with a full inventory like I did.
Oh, jeez.
That's...
I wonder what happens in this game when that happens, like... Cause, I don't know, I never did it. Like, had a full inventory.
I'm guessing it's the same as what happened to me. Apparently there's a... I didn't notice it because, you know, that's nothing you ever pay attention to. But the text box actually said that, oh, your inventory is full, I cannot give it to you. And I didn't read it because it's nothing you ever read that in that setting. Right? You just kind of go through the text and then hit return, and you march off to the castle. And I was extremely confused when I didn't have the charm when I got there.
Yeah. And it can take you back too, where you've played the game so many times and you're very used to what's supposed to happen. So when something doesn't happen, you're not exactly sure why sometimes at first. And you're kind of scratching your head trying to figure out what just happened.
I looked through like everybody's inventory twice. I'm like, what? Where is it? Did I miss it somewhere?
My mind.
I'll tell you what happened with me, definitely. I'm not a good boy like Diener, and I did not practice at all for like a month. And so here we are.
Well, that's okay. You're still putting up a pretty good run so far, so...
Yeah, it's going well enough. Like, I'm not, you know, dead.
Finish up strongly in Rondarkia here, and got your seal this time. You're good to go.
No. Okay. Okay.
Oh.
I used to think never attack Gigantes with Mechanic until it dawned on me that essentially 2.5 attacks, 2 from Laurasia and 1 from Mechanic, actually kills them.
Yeah. So on turn 1 you can attack with Laura, and then turn 2 attack with both.
Oh, go to bed. Okay, good.
Yeah, the one thing I still can't get over as far as like enemy nerfs is they gave the Devil Lords here, the gold baboons, poison breath instead of sleep breath.
That's so good.
Well, I know it's so good for this, but it's just like poison breath. It's like just the most absurd thing. Like poison doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Point.
Well, you know,
It's like
It's a very slight drain on your MP, I guess, but
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Actually, is like I would argue that it can be a real pain in the ass. So the thing with the poison breath is that no, it doesn't like, you know, I mean, it doesn't pose any threat of killing you or anything. But for every single character it actually lands on, which could be up to 3, you're gonna spend 3 MP curing that poison. And given how aggressively you need to save your MP to stay inside the castle, it's
it happens.
I do not want to spend double. I do not want to spend double heal more on those idiots and their poison breath.
Yeah.
oh sure, yeah.
I have a similar feeling about poison in DQ3, but that's more about just we buy herbs in case we get poisoned. I don't really want to use them. It's just a time waste to have to cure it. That's another thing that can kind of be adding up too. Oh, 2 deaths.
Yeah, that ruled. Zaraki wins again. So I'm gonna cast Step Guard before I actually talk to this guy, because Step Guard will actually stick until and through Hargon's castle from here. So I can save that 1 MP by casting it here, and then healing my MP by talking to this guy. It's like that kind of tight little, you know, it's a little trick, but every MP, man.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I do that in the original as well.
I didn't realize it worked that way in the original.
It does. It actually stays through like death and all that too.
Oh, that rules. You know what's really cool is it doesn't stick through through half stepping.
Yeah.
It wears off, so if you accidentally half step on something and you're on barriers, you better watch your ass.
Good fleet.
That was a very skillful flee. Gigantes Devil Lord is not friendly in the slightest.
Yeah,
I don't want anything to do with it.
Fight.
Yeah, we've got both of you kind of stuck in the white ground loop here.
Yeah, Pop has
That's
a
alright.
weakness.
We might look like we're in the same place, but we're not even remotely in the same place.
Pop's got a pretty sizable experience advantage here, partly because of Hagure, which helped him get to the castle sooner, and partly because he's had a couple of trips into the castle. Hasn't stuck around too long in either of the times he's gotten in there, but
It looks like he's
still
a good
making good progress.
3 levels ahead on average.
He's got 22, Conan.
Yeah. I'm still at 2019-15. Hey. Alright, we're here and we have Rubus Charm. Hooray!
Alright. Just grind up some dragons and...
Sure thing. We got this. Oh, gonna give this
Pop's
to
fighting
someone
an
who can actually
Archie
use it.
just outside of the castle here. He's got him killed. He'll get himself back in the castle too. So they're both ready to get back to grinding.
Yay, grinding!
Woo!
It's a very, very tough grind though. Still not easy monsters up here. There's still lots of tough encounters. You really want to not die and save as much MP as you can, so...
Hey, this might be bad.
You're going aggressive there with the Firebane.
That's what you want to do.
You still don't sleep them at this level?
I did use sleep.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. None of them hit. Okay.
And it didn't hit. Oh my god, did you not die? Oh. That could have been so bad.
Wow.
It's an extremely rare occurrence for dragons not to all just be wiped by...
All three of those spells.
Yeah.
Or abilities.
I'd say my estimate's 420, and Pop's is gonna be within the next, like, 20 to 30 minutes or so. Oh, good, these. Okay. There's that poison breath. Alright, both of them are asleep, though, so that's good. Devil Lord decided to bequeath me with some armor. I've got too much junk in my inventory. I don't want to throw away that armor just in case. But I don't want it to be on anyone that could possibly equip it either, so we always put that kind of stuff on Nana. Just in case.
Those turbo equips.
Yeah, exactly. So a bit of a tactic here in this castle to be able to heal and restore resources faster is to always do so in battle as much as you can, because there's no wait time for dialogue or anything for that. It takes like a split second. So you can do stuff like take enemies that are low threat and high chance to sleep, like Flame, and use them as kind of heal horses. And I really don't want the Sark Demon to wipe me! Okay.
Ooh. Finally went to sleep there, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All good though?
Stay in the castle at all costs.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to have to spend lots of MP to stay here, but you spend it if you have to.
Mm-hmm. Alright, good. Devil Lord to sleep. Nice Kaishin.
To a certain degree, having to get bounced out of the castle is eventually sort of an inevitability, but you really want to stay down here as long as you can. He's Kaishin.
Oh. As long as things go your way, for the most part, you really don't ever have to leave. That is the major trick to a really low time.
I suppose that's true.
For instance, like in Ekiden actually, in Ekiden, where Pop was having major trouble actually getting to the shrine in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
He pretty much pulled it out in the end by staying in the castle the whole time,
Nice.
while Null could not, and he had like something crazy, like a 55-minute shrine out to the end.
Yeah, he
It
had
was
very strong.
nuts.
Yeah.
Pretty much as good as possible.
Yeah, I suppose if you keep everybody alive and you keep your rings intact, you can just
Yeah, that's exactly it.
grind.
You
grind.
do need luck on your side to an extent for that, which you do for the whole game basically. But
I mean, you
it's
can
definitely
hit encounters and have people die.
yeah, it's definitely reasonable to stay here the whole time. Is what I'm saying. It's not like a long shot out of nowhere.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just gonna kill these dragons with Boggy instead of chancing that they might do anything nasty. There we go.
So you're up to Conan level 20. That's good. He's getting stronger.
Ouch.
Pop's Conan is up to 23. He's got Zaraki. So we see he using it against these flame monsters. He kills 2 of them immediately.
Yeah, I'd say a good time from Conan 23 up until like finishing Shido is probably around like 10 minutes to the boss rush, or 7 minutes through the boss rush, and 3 to 4 minutes for Shido, so around like 20 minutes.
Okay.
From the point at which he reached 23 anyway. I don't know how long ago he actually got there.
Yeah. Project him to finish just under 4 hours then, I bet. Yeah, and it's Zaraki showing its strength against the dragons. 3 dragons just disappear, and it's a huge, big pile of experience points for you.
Let's see.
Crinkle, crinkle.
Oh, I love the crinkle crinkle.
The crinkle noise.
Once you pop, the fun don't stop.
You guys love your Zaraki. I'm always on the receiving end in my game, so I'm not a fan. We learn Zaki sometimes, so we never use it. We get some fun with Boss Shirura though. Whee!
Do 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 do.
Let me take one more short break before the conclusion here.
Hey, hey, hey. I...
Yeah, but
These are the noises of grinding in this game.
There's that poison breath again. It's gotta jab me one last time. Any fight I survived was a good one. Well, they added poison breath, but they removed their sleep breath, so it's pretty fine.
Yeah, the gold baboons are easier in this version than the silver baboons.
Oh my,
I think,
so much easier.
because
Well,
of that.
yeah. The silver
kinda
baboons still have heal more too, or heal all rather, I should say.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I think it's like absurd. I mean, obviously the gold ones have sacrifice still, but
Yeah.
if you know what you're doing, you shouldn't see that, right?
Yeah, exactly. You just gotta stop spell them, which hits at like an 85% rate, so...
Yeah, the gold baboons in the NES version have Firebane, medium breath, sacrifice, and a regular physical attack, and a sleep breath. So no poison there.
Stop. Hmm.
Look at Countess correcting people with the new Dragon Quest spell names.
Yeah, wow, huh?
I get half of them confused in my head.
Countess, do you have a fever? Are you okay? How hard did Necrosaro hit you?
And yes, Lavitz, it's 25% of their HP.
They actually lowered that threshold on this version too. I want to say it's 1/8.
Really?
Yeah, it's 1/8 now.
Huh.
You'd like never see that. I mean, how much HP do they have? Like
140.
Okay,
It's
they have more than.
Yeah, it's I want to say the range is between something like a high 120 to 140. Oh no, a flame woke up. I didn't realize it. Rude. I bet you're all dead. Now I have to heal. Yep. Okay. Fine.
Oh.
Oh, Pop got booted?
Yeah, Pop lost Conan and tried to continue fighting. Fell in battle, but he needs a little bit more experience. It's not quite ready, I think.
Yeah, Countess, I was surprised you beat Necrosaro without heal us all on the hero. It was a pretty good second fight there.
I could just see Countess, like, virtually choking on his own tongue, trying to say liquid metal, and it just doesn't come out.
He has like pauses for a brief moment before he says it every time.
He has to start thinking of the words in entirely separate contexts. And say them 15 seconds apart, so they don't go together in his mind.
It's like trying to speak a different language.
It's difficult.
When you're not used to it, yeah.
Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo.
So Pop's gearing up for another trip back to Argon's castle.
Hey. No, don't. No, don't. No, don't. Please go to hell forever, dragons. Mm. Don't miss. A little tired of these close calls.
Yeah, seriously.
But you know what? Fine.
Hang in there.
I'm alive.
See a ring.
Yeah.
It's broken.
If I go down anymore, I pretty much have to start leaving the castle for my restoration and being extremely aggressive about my MP usage while I'm here.
Indeed.
Extremely aggressive. Or, well, not aggressive about saving it, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Pop's pretty close on levels right now.
Yeah,
You
he's
just
got a
get
little bit
26.
Yeah.
more. He's got 26 on Laurasia, yeah. Or no, that's 20 on Nana.
Oh, come on. Okay.
But I think he needs about a little less than 10,000 maybe. I missed how much experience he got along the way here, but if he's lucky, he won't have to leave the castle again. He can get a little bit more experience and then start the boss rush.
How many... Does he still have 4 prayer rings?
I haven't paid attention. That's right, he broke the one, but he got another back, so
Yeah.
he's checking his experience to see how... To save time, he needs Revive spell at level 25, but he wants to get it along the way.
Hmm.
So...
Hey, Pop.
Oh, yes.
How many Inori? How many Inori?
4 ingots.
You still have 4?
Two drops.
2 drops?
Yes.
Oi. Nah.
Wow.
Great.
Pop's moving up to the next section here.
Rocky.
So he's got to climb up through this level 3 of the castle, which actually has a bunch of scary monsters. It's mostly a short floor, but still it can be really nasty sometimes. So he's
Yeah,
gonna...
it's a really scary floor in both versions of the game.
The 2x Devil Lord is pretty scary. Get hit by Ionazun. Oh. He's out of that fight.
Hey.
But just a little further, he's on to the next floor, and the random encounters are officially over for Pop, unless he has to come back up. But hopefully it should just be 5 fights left for him. He's got 3 mini-bosses along the way. Just has to defeat them once. There's no respawning here. He's got plenty of supplies. He's got his World Tree Leaf and plenty of prayer rings. He's going to be mixing up his gear for each of these fights. some of this is preference, but a lot of is planned out strategy for the different attacks that each of these bosses has. First up is Atlas. Atlas only has physical attacks, but he is a double physical that he always hits the same person twice with. Fairly short fight, but he's got to crank up his defense power and then just... Ooh. Nana fell to a concentrated attack there, and he's got to be careful about how to handle this. He's thinking about his plan for how to move forward.
I think
Alright.
losing her there happens.
Yeah,
fair bit.
it's not
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got to decide about how to progress. He can choose to fight the next boss without Nana, which is what he's going to do here.
It's pretty much always worth going for it because either you're gonna like beat him with Conan alive and leave, or actually you're gonna beat him with Conan alive and revive her,
Revive,
or you're gonna
Nah.
not and
Yeah,
you were
leave
leaving
for it.
anyway. Like,
Yeah.
so it doesn't really matter.
So he's got through that fight. That monster has the chance of being instantly killed by Zaraki, but he couldn't get it to land. He just defeated him with physical attacks. So that's enough experience. Pops out of has it planned out here to level. No, he's not level 25.
Yeah, he's not at 25.
He is aggressive.
He's going to continue on, and he's fighting the next boss, Belial here, without Nana.
I think he wants that sub 4 for certain. So he's making sure he gets it
This is tricky.
because it's a fairly common thing to go up there needing Belial for level 25 also sometimes. Especially if he's got 2 Shield of Strength, it's going to be much easier to actually kill him without Nana around, so...
I'm not sure if he does or not. He's using a lot of...
Kaishin there.
Yeah, Kaishin no Ichigi. He's able to use a lot of... Yeah, nice job. He's able to use a lot of his MP to heal, too, with Behuimi, because he has prayer rings to afford the extra MP usage here. So I think that had part of it to do. So now he's level 25. Now he's got the revive spell. Nana's back on the team, and he's got 2 monsters left. The evil warlock Hargon and big baddie that he's trying to summon, Shido. The first fight here with Hargon isn't too bad. There's a couple of different strategies and things he can do, but mostly this fight isn't so dangerous. It can be kind of trolly every now and then, but typically speaking, Hargon isn't too bad. Shido, on the other hand, is a whole nother ball game.
So throughout these fights, he's prioritizing making sure that Conan is healed, because he is kind of the linchpin of the whole process here. Since he
If
has the revive spell.
anybody dies, then Conan can just revive them. But if Conan dies, then you have 1 World Tree Leaf to revive him 1 time, and that's it. So protecting him is paramount.
Okay.
Hargon's clear, no problem. He's going to mix around a little bit of his gear, replenish all of his MP, get everything all set. The showdown against Shido here.
Okay, here we go.
Got
Good
him.
luck, Pop. This is a difficult fight. Shido has 2 things to note that are his most dangerous things. He has Violent Flames attack, which is the most likely attack. It hits everybody in the party for a lot of damage. And he can also do double concentrated physical attack. So right off the bat, there's a flame breath. So Pop is going to look to improve his defense on his party and try and land the surround spell on Shido. Surround spell will greatly reduce the chances of the double physical attack obliterating someone in his party, especially Conan, who he's got to protect at all costs. You'll see from time to time in this fight, oh, he's landed Medusa, that's a good sign. You'll see from time to time in this fight, Nana or possibly even Shido, or I'm sorry, not Shido, Laurasia dying in this fight and just getting revived by Conan. That's totally fine. Just as long as Conan is okay, then the fight can keep going. With Surround in place, he's protected to a certain degree against these physical attacks from Shido, but not all the time. So he wants to make sure to keep his defense up with Tsukuruto, and make sure to reapply it anytime that Shido uses Rukanon. Aside from that, he wants to work on reducing Shido's defense with his own Rukanon spell, keeping his HP as high as possible on Conan and then Laurasia. Moonbrook will sometimes outspeed Shido and sometimes not. It's about a coin flip chance either way. But it's not something we can rely on. So you can see like Nana dies here, Laurasia dies here. It's not a problem.
So he's also casting Explode It now, which is a very good sign in this fight usually.
Yeah, once you've got the setup going and everybody's in good shape, you can use Ionazun Explodette with Nana for extra damage.
Hey.
He's doing pretty well so far. And he still has his leaf as far as I know.
I did it.
Oh, you got him? Great.
Nice.
Very hard.
Yeah. Good job, Pop. Not
Congrats.
Thank you.
not easy time, but good job.
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
おめでとう。So, Pop has defeated Shido and saved the world.
And yeah, considering Pop's gonna clock in with about what's this gonna be, like a 356 or so.
Yeah, about 350.
That's a tough run for Pop.
Yeah, Pop is expert player, so that goes to show you how tough this game can be sometimes. When...
Oh, no.
Ah!
The NPC, the final block.
Oh.
He's just sitting on the bridge. Oh, there you
In
go.
between the two tiles. Oh, there we go.
Yep, it's gonna be singing time once Pop gets to the
end tier. Yeah, so for...
I'm gonna actually change some audio stuff once we get to that point, so he can do that. I'm actually going to play things really, really safe since I have no chance of winning, and leave the castle on purpose to get a second Shield of Strength.
Okay. I prepare
Alright.
to sing a song.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna mute you guys in Discord.
Alright.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna mute you guys in Discord.
Alright.
失って探してやがて追いつきこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す少年時代の見果てぬあの夢今でも心に抱き続けてる今星空の下で佇み遥かな想いを抱きしめるぬくもり続けてる夢たちと影星が道連れ雨も風も日照りも嵐も友達だったこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す明日へ明日へ歩き出すThank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, back.
Yay!
Now where was I? Let's see.
All right.
So in an attempt to be safe that isn't really that safe, I left the castle on purpose because I have 3 prayer rings left, and I figured I could use another shield of strength just to make absolutely sure that, you know, I finish up strong, basically.
Much MP.
Right. Of course, that leaves actually getting back into the castle, which is easier said than done. But at these higher levels, it's a lot easier than it would normally be.
There.
We'll get back.
Oh, yeah. Whoops, alright, that's fine. Still sub 4.
Oh yeah, you missed this bit there.
Oh, yeah. Whoops, alright, that's... Oh, sorry, Echo too. There we go, everything should be back to normal now. Oh. And we got back without incident. So that's very nice.
Excellent.
Eight. Okay.
Up to level 23, the grind is getting a little bit easier.
Nice, Kaishin. So once Conan hits level 24, I'm basically going to be counting down to another 11,000. Oh, there it is right there. Another 11,000 experience, I believe. He needs, yep, or another 12,000. He needs 128,150 experience.
Before you're ready to move on.
Right. That way, because I'm going to play less aggressively than Pop did.
Yeah. You're going to go with the usual. Make sure you're level 25 after Pazuzu.
Yeah, that way I have access to that spell for Belial if I need it.
And you'll have the full range of strategy options for Belial instead of having to take the riskier fight. Kind of pray he doesn't cast heal.
Indeed. Of course, having 2 Shield of Strength makes that that fight a lot easier too, because you can basically just wear him down if you have to.
Yeah. I was gonna say, you can just keep fighting him, and eventually he won't cast kill.
Not only that, but he actually, believe it or not, he can just actually run out of MP. He has a lot of MP.
But
it's 240, but it's not infinite. Devil Lords are something I never like seeing. They're very, very strong. And besides that, at no part of the grind does your gain in level really help you fight them.
Yeah, it's always... They're too dangerous to not... for it to not be worth putting them to sleep and stop spelling.
Nor do any of the toys, like Exploded or anything, really help with them.
Right. So it's always just...
Like, I got some use of Exploded outside when I was coming back in fighting stuff like Blizzard and Gigantes together. And that's always nice.
But still no help for the Devil Lord.
Nope, never help for Double Lords.
Yeah.
This is one of the nice things about having Zaraki, though, is this fight right here, actually. You can get a lot more aggressive by casting Sap on a killer machine. So you can kill him in one turn. And usually you'll wipe both dragons. It's 85% to actually hit them with Zaraki, so it is a usually, but...
Of course you don't always get it, but...
Mm-hmm.
You almost certainly get one of them at least.
Or sometimes you nail all the flames at a 60% chance.
It's good too.
Let's see, where's my experience at? 123.5. So we need about another 5,000. Like a little under. 4650. Alright. Since I surprised these guys, I'm actually gonna go all in on the killer machine and make this a fight with 2 flames. And nothing else. There should be one more fight, unless I get like 1 dragon or something. Generally, once you're at the point where 26, 24, 20 is, you're good to go, and I am good to go.
Alright.
So now we get to walk through the most skillful floor in the game. You just walk through this, and you hope you don't have any encounters. And if you do... well, it's not completely bad. But... yeah, these guys, these Mace Masters that I don't really want to be fighting.
Yeah, at least there's only one of them.
Yeah, when there's one, it's really just safer to fight it.
Yeah, 2 is scary though.
Yeah, you gotta run from 2. You don't want to deal with double Explodette. And he dropped a Thunder Staff, okay. That's cool too.
Yeah!
Yay!
You need a shield, right?
Obviously. Well, yeah, no, I'm out of here. Alright, we made it to the next floor, so I'm about to do some equipment juggling. Magic Armor is going to go to Laurasia for later on for Pazuzu and Belial. And the Mysterious Hat is going to go to Conan. And the Water Flying Cloth is going to go to Conan. And subsequently, Conan's Clothes Hiding is going to go to Princess, since that's the only stuff we have left.
Five monsters to go.
Alright, we are good to go. Time for Atlas. Alright, good opener. Ooh, Atlas, please. Don't be scary like that. Oh, nice Kaishin. Kaishin no Ichigeki!
Nice Kaishin.
Kaishin.
Alright, let's put on Magic Armor. And let's not get wiped by Pazuzu.
Keep going.
Alright, he's asleep, so that's good. We'll start sapping him for the prep for Zaraki to miss, and it did. So this round he should be just dead. There he goes. And so we have Revive. Let's see, it is at this point that I really need to remember to give the Shield of Strength to Laresia instead. Because he can make way better use of it than Nana can right now. Okay, here we go, Belial. Sukuruto, and we're gonna cast Heal More on Conan to make sure he's okay after the first round of obviously Exploded. I'm going to prioritize keeping Laresia alive, because Moon's not really that important here. Let's see. Of course, if I can revive her cheaper in battle right now, then that's good too. Alright, I'm going to go all in. If all these spells hit, I think he's gonna die, so that's pretty good. Oh, come on, Begirama! Begirama! Got him.
Nice.
Nice clean Belial is something I always enjoy.
Nice, yeah, nice, good job. If you're not careful, once he gets weak, he'll try and heal himself, and we don't want that.
Yep. Alright, we gotta cast, Step Guard. I need some more MP on these guys. Not too much more, though. Wait. Oh, yeah, no, I only have 3 rings. For some reason, I thought I had 4. Okay, everybody's good. We're good to fight Hargon? And so we're going to pretty much do the same kind of thing as Belial, where we anticipate Ionazen and preemptively heal. Sweetly scented breath. What a treat. He's got a very low chance to do that, but he can. Oh, stop spell. Stop spell means he's free.
Nice. Yeah. That's a strategy you can use once you get set up on Hargon, to use Stop Spell on him. All of his most dangerous attacks are stopped. I mean, he's still physicals pretty hard.
Yeah. He has like, now he has like a 75% chance to double physical somebody, but it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, you should be safe.
Like there's virtually nothing else he can do other than put the whole party to sleep and kill them while they're asleep somehow. I shouldn't say that too loud. There's the fire breath, but that doesn't really do anything. Yeah, he's dead. Especially since he can't like heal himself or anything like that either. All right, let's make sure we put Roto's armor back on, because we don't want to get wiped by breath.
It's time for the showdown. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
The same basic things apply here. He'll be trying to increase his defense and get Menusa set up immediately. Those are the highest priority.
Okay, everybody is good. Okay.
All right.
Hey, 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 hey.
Ooh.
Okay, it's already set up. Or we're set up. All right, so. Okay, good. I double surrounded him. That rules.
Oh, you went with the.
I went with the shield.
sword.
I went with the sword too, and they both landed.
Yeah, I see now. Yeah, that's good.
All right, so. All right, no, okay. We gotta start sapping him because his defense is too high.
It's just gonna be maintaining this. Keep fighting. He's buffing himself again, but that's not a big deal.
Nice, Shido.
Nice, you got him?
Really nice, Shido.
Few seconds behind.
Super
So, yeah,
clean.
Nice. Very well done. Good job. You did it.
Yay!
Ah, good job.
Arigato gozaimasu. Here, since we're behind, since I'm behind anyway, check this out. Ready? Look at that. You like that nonsense? There you go. That's a bonus. That's a bonus for you.
That looks like a glitch to me.
Well, I guess that means my run is invalidated, but
Oh, that's fine.
you know, that's just I gotta play the way my heart tells me to, man.
New category.
Hargon's castle is over there %.
Alright. All that's left is to march back down to the castle. Thank you all so much for coming out and watching Dragon Quest II Super Famicom version tonight on the 3rd annual Dragon Quest RTA Marathon.
Thank you everybody for watching. I had
It's
fun.
been a very good race.
Pop, do you have fun?
Oh, yes. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thanks for coming and playing. If you haven't already, make sure to follow both of our runners at twitch.tv/starofviolence and twitch.tv/twitchpophop. And the marathon will continue. Next up is High Spirits playing Dragon Quest Builders. Really fun game, so stick around, don't go anywhere. As for me, unfortunately, I need to get moseying on out of here.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same. Thanks for having me on, help commentate.
All right, you
Let
guys.
You guys finish it off with singing.
Thank you guys for helping me commentate, because it probably would have been a very, very quiet game of DQ2 otherwise. I am very, very not good at talking while playing this game. It's just too hard.
It can be a lot to concentrate and keep track of in this game.
Indeed. All right, guys.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you. I will see you later.
Yep, see ya.
Shounen 時代の見果てぬあの夢今でも心に抱き続けてる今朝焼けの空を見上げてしきりにこの胸うずかせる吐きつぶして敷きた靴の数と同じだけの夢たち時には見失って探してやがて追いつきこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを繰り返しながら今夢を熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ明日へ歩き出す少年時代の見果てぬあの夢今でも心に抱き続けてる今星空の下で佇み遥かな想いを抱きしめるぬくもり続けてる夢たちと影星が道連れ雨も風も日照りも嵐も友達だったこの道我が旅果てしなく続く出会いと別れを 繰り返しながら今を夢は熱く燃えたぎらせ明日へ下へ歩き出す明日へ明日へ歩き出すはい。424.27. Hagure Zero. Pop got, well, the timer says 358.19, but I forgot to split on him because I'm rude. So it was like at least a couple of minutes earlier than that. Oh, thank you. Arigatou gozaimashita. All right. If you want more of this stuff, be sure to follow the runners, Twitch Pop Pop, and me, Star Violence. But for now, I'm tired. DQ2 is tiring. So you guys watch High Spirits run Dragon Quest Builders, and I am going to see you all later. Bye-bye.